Hello guys, welcome to another brand new ReactJs project. So in this video we will be creating this nice looking web page, as you can see that. So yeah, as you can see that all the sections are looking very nice, and also the most interesting feature of this project will be this dark mode switcher, as you can see. So yes, we will have two themes here, dark mode and the light mode, as you can see, and it will look good in both themes. And also we will actually store our theme data in local storage, so that whenever you will refresh the page, it will have the current theme, as you can see. And we will add this theme switching functionality with React Context API, so this will be a lots of fun. And also we will actually make this whole website responsive. So if I go to my mobile view, as you can see that it will look good in every devices, as you can see, and in the dark mode it will also look good. And we will have this nice nav menu for our menu, as you can see that. So we will make this full responsive, this web page. And let's actually go to our project repository. So I will link the repository link in the description. You will get the link from the description, and here if you scroll down you will find the live preview. Also I will provide the live preview link directly in the description. You can actually find the live preview link in the description. So before you start the project, you can actually see what you are going to build in this project, and if you're happy, then you can continue doing the project with the video. So also here what we are going to learn, or what we are going to use in this project, we will be using ReactJs obviously, and style components to have the CSS or styling, and also React Context API for our theme switching stuff, React hooks, React icons, and React scroll to have the scrolling effect, as you can see here. So that's it. Beside that, we will be using a lots of things, and we will see it whenever we will start the project. So that's it. Now we can start the project, and I wish you good luck, and I will see you in the end of the project. Now it is time to introduce you with the sponsor of this video, Sencha. It is the fastest JavaScript grid. GRUI by Sencha is a perfect modern solution for the React UI, and that comes with 100+ data grid features. GRUI has features like virtual columns, which will give you virtual rendering for rows and columns, and rendering of visible columns even when configuring an unlimited number of columns. Another feature is infinite scroll, which will refresh the viewed rows from the page cache and provide you an infinite scroll. And after that, column editor, which will allow you to edit your columns, and also you can use custom editor using React components for that. And beside that, they have features like column drag and drop and many more. With all these features and incredibly fast data processing, dealing with massive amounts of data will never be a problem. Utilizing client and server-side buffered store, the Sencha data grid is able to load and manipulate large datasets within milliseconds. So you can start very easily with their quick documentation, and if you are a React user, you should try it out. The link will be in the description. So here I am in the GitHub repository of our project. So this is the link, as you can see that. Once again, I will put this link in the description. You guys can check it, and from here you can just come here in our project GitHub repository, and let's go to our starter files branch. So here in the starter files branch, you will find all the necessary stuff that will be needed to get started with the project. So let's download this. So from here you can just download the zip file, and okay, here it is. We have our project folder here. Inside that we have our all the starter files, as you can see. So first of all, first thing we need to do is we need to rename this folder. So let's say that instead of having starter files, we just can say that recording, something like that, artistic recording. Yeah, that's fine. So let's open this, and let's open this with our terminal, and also open this folder in our Visual Studio Code. So it will open this in our Visual Studio Code, as you can see that. So here in our Visual Studio Code, if you notice that we have some folders and files. So let's check it out what we have in our starter files. So first of all, we have a .vs code folder, and inside that we have a settings.json. so those are the settings will be needed for our ESLint and for the formatter. And if you can see that here we are saying that the default formatter will be the prettier, and also we will format our code on save. And also for the JavaScript, we do not wanna format the JavaScript with the prettier. As you can see that we said the default formatter will be the prettier, but for the JavaScript we don't want that. And also for the JSX we don't want that either. We will do it with our ESLint. And also here we are saying that whenever we will actually save save our code, all the fixable error of ESLint will be fixed by ESLint. Means it will automatically fix all the fixable ESLint error. So here you can see that whenever I open a JS file, here in the bottom of our Visual Studio Code we have this ESLint status. So that's what we are saying here. We are saying that this status will be there always. So that's it. So make sure that you have these settings in this file and it will be okay. And also in the second step, you need to make sure that you have the ESLint extension of Visual Studio Code. So make sure that you install this and you enable this ESLint extension. Also beside that you need to install the prettier. So here, prettier code formatter. So come here and install these two extensions from Visual Studio Code extension tab. So once you have those extension installed, after that we can actually go on and let's see. After that we have our public folder. As you can see that we do not need to do anything here. This is for public files, something like favicon.ico. if you want to change your favicon, then you can actually change this ICO file. And also we have our index.html, and here you can check out the title. If you want to change the project title, you can also do it from here. And finally we have default robots.txt. So that's it for our public.html, public folder. And after that we have our readme image folder. Nothing special here, image for our readme folder. So in our readme folder, as you can see that in our readme file, you can see that we are using a banner.png, and this banner is this one. So that's why we have this readme image folder. So after that we have our source folder. This is the place where all the magic happens. So inside the source folder you can see that we have our index.html. So here you can see that this is the start point of our React application. And after that we have our app.js, and here we just have some h3 and paragraph. In a moment we will see it. And also in the assets, as you can see that we have some images. So inside the assets we have an images folder, and inside the images folder we have all the images, as you can see. So these are the images will be needed in our project. We will see it. And finally we have two more files here, package log.json, nothing special here, and finally package.json. So this is we need to check out. So in the package.json you can say that the dependency here. So here we have all of our dependencies that will be needed in our project. You can check it out. And also if you scroll down you will find all the dev dependencies. So especially we need these all dev dependencies for our ESLint setup. And yeah, that's it. So now let's actually install these packages. Right now we do not have any packages installed in our project. So let's actually install this. So let's open our terminal here, and let's say that npm install, and it should install all the packages, means all the dependencies. So now here, as you can see, that all the packages are installed perfectly. So now we can open our dev server. So npm start, and it will open our server, dev server, and as you can see that it is opening our dev server. So perfect. As you can see that we can see our text, which means all the dependencies are installed perfectly, and we are ready to start our project. So here you can see that in our package.json we have some scripts. We have a start script that we ran a moment ago, which is actually will start your dev server, and also whenever the project will be finished we will run this build script, and also we have test and eject script. So this is something good to know, what scripts are available, and also if you want new script, feel free to enter your new script here. Something like if you want to add some script for fixing your ESLint or stuff like that, and otherwise you don't need to change it. So this is great. Let's start the project from here. So first of all, let's create our global style here. So in our source folder, let's create another folder inside the source folder, which will be styles, and inside that we will have our global style. So this will be a folder, global, not folder, I mean this will be a file, global styles.js. So here we will have our all the global styles. So first of all, to create our global styles, we need to import create global styles from style components. As you can see that, so style components is something that we will be using for our CSS. So also in our package.json, if you come here, you can see that we install this so that we can use it for our CSS. So I will show you how we can use it. So first of all, we need to create the global style, and for that we need create global style from this style components package. So now here, after that, let's create the global styles. So constant global styles is equals to create global styles, and we will create the global styles inside this backticks. And here let's say that body equals to not body, sorry, body background color will be the red, and also we need to export this global style from here. So export default global styles, and that's it. So now let's actually use these global styles. So let's go to our app.js, and here let's use this global style. So global styles, and let's also auto import that component. So to auto import any component in Visual Studio Code, you need to place your cursor in the end of the component name, and after that control S space, and it will give you an intelligence sort of thing. And now you can see that you can auto import this component. So if I do that, so it will auto import the component, and our global styles is working. That's why we can see the background is red. So fine. And also one more thing, inside this global style backticks, as you can see that we have this highlight. As you can see that CSS highlight. If you do not have this CSS highlight inside the backticks, you need to install one more extension. The name of the extension is a style component, something like that. Yeah, this one, VS Code styled components. Yeah, this is the extension you need to install so that you can have the syntax highlighting for the style components. Fine. So now you should have all the syntax highlighting for your CSS. So let's actually do all the CSS for global styles here. So first of all, we will have some root variable, and let's have all the colors variable here. I will copy and paste those colors So now we have all the color variables, as you can see that in our root, which is good. And after that, let's go to our HTML here, and let's say that font size will be the something like 10 pixel. So this is the base font size, so that every rem value will be the 10 pixel. So from now on, whenever I will use one rem will be equal to 10 pixel. So fine. And after that, let's go to our body, and let's say that background color will be the variable light blue 1. So this is the variable coming from our root, as you can see that light blue 1. Fine. And after that, let's say that the font family will be the Poppins, and also we will have a sans serif as a fallback. And after that, we can reset something, all the elements and also all the afters, and all the before will have a margin 0 and also padding 0, and we will have a box sizing border box. So these will be the default reset, you can say. And after that, let's say that all the anchor tag will have a text decoration none, so all the link will have text decoration none. And after that, cursor will be the pointer for the all links. And after that, ul and li will have a list style of none. And finally, a important class, which is the container. I will explain it in a moment. Let me actually have the correct name, container. So this is a really important style for our whole application. So this is the container, and inside that we will say that the max width of our whole application will be the 1200 pixel, and also width will be around 90%. So whenever we will go to a smaller device, the width will be 90%. So whenever I will be in the mobile device, the remaining 10% of this width will be in the left side and the right side, so that we will have some space. So that's why for the smaller device, the width will be 90% and the remaining 10% will be the space. And for the large device, the max width will be the 1200 pixel, and also margin 0 auto to keep all the content in the center. So I will show you when we will use this container in a moment. And after that, a style for our image and SVG. For that, let's say that the width will be 100% and also the height will be 100%, and that's it. And also, as you can see that we are using Poppins, and we need to import our Poppins typography. And if you open your package.json here, you will see this package, which is the font source / Poppins. Means we have our Poppins font in our project already. We just need to add this. So how we can actually add this font? So let's come here and let's have a comment, typography. So now let's import our font here. So import font source Poppins, and also beside that we will be needed some specific weight, something like 500.css, which will be for our font weight 500, and similarly 600, 700 and 800 will be needed. So now we have all the font weight available with the font Poppins. Now it will be available in our whole project. before we have our global styles, we need to actually normalize our CSS, and for that reason we have the, if you can see here, we have this package which is the normalize.css, and we need to actually use this normalize.css to normalize our whole application. So for that, let's go to our index.js, and here just we need to import our package. So let's import normalize.css slash normalize.css, and that's it. It should normalize our CSS. And if you want to check it, let's go to our inspect, and it should be in our style. If you are using Firefox like me, there should be somewhere styles editor, and you can see that this is style editor. And if you refresh here, all the styles for our package, sorry, for our application, and if you notice that we have 500.css, which is our 500 font weight of Poppins, and also 600, 700 and 800. And also if you notice that normalize.css is added here, and here it is, normalize.css. So all the styles is actually applied perfectly. And also if you want to see it from here, you can see that in your inspect, in body, you can see that some normalize.css style here, something like this one. You can see that this is coming from normalize.css, so which means all the styles are actually perfectly applied. So now let's actually start with our header part of our application. So here in our app.js, let's create a, so let's delete this, we do not need this h3 and paragraph. And now we have only the global styles here, as you can see. So after that, let's go to our source folder, and inside that let's create a folder which will be the pages folder. Though we will have only one page, but it is good to have a separate pages folder. And inside the pages folder we will have our file which is the landing page.js, and let's have a component. So this is a snippet that I'm using. If you notice, for this snippet you need to install another extension, which is, I believe, let me actually, so I believe the extension name is this one. As you can see that you can install this extension, and it will allow you to have some nice snippets in your project. So install this extension, and now you can just say rfce to create a functional component, as you can see. So inside the functional component, let's say that h1, this is a landing page. So now let's actually use this landing page component inside of our app.js here. So after the global styles, we can say that landing page, the name of the component, and also we can import this, I mean auto import this, as you can see. So place your cursor in the end of the component name and control space, and it will give you the auto import. And as you can see that the landing page is imported from the pages folder. And if I save this file, as you can see that in the right side we have our h1. So now let's actually create our header section. So for that, inside of our source, let's create another folder which name will be components. So inside the components folder we will have all of our components, and the first one will be the header.js. So let's create a file with the name of header.js, and this will be our header.js file, and inside that rfce to create a functional component, and let's say that h1 this is header, and if I save and let's go to our landing page.js and import this header let's also auto import this header, and I can see the header text. And also in our landing page we will not have any direct content like this one, and also instead of div we can actually use React fragment here. So that's it, now we have the header text. So let's go to our header.js and let's create our header. So first of all, here let's remove all the text that we already have, and here inside that, first of all, what we'll have is we'll have a header tag, and inside that we'll have a div with the class of container, and inside that we'll have a div with the class of navigation, and inside this navigation we'll have our logo. So for now let's say that logo, something like that. And also beside our localhost we have this end project open here, so that we have the direction what we need to do. So right now we are actually we need to create this nav menu, and also let's change our title name here, means let's go to our public and index.html. Instead of artistic, let's actually say that artistic rec, so that we have some difference between these two. And here for that let's get a div with the class of nav menu, and inside that we will have our navigation, so nav, and inside that a ul r-node.list, and inside that we'll have a list item li. Inside that we will have our anchor tag. We will not use anchor tag. What we will use is we will use our React scroll. So let's go to our package.json, and this is the package that we will be using, React scroll, for our link. So let's actually use this, and for so from our React scroll we need to import link. So link, let's actually auto import this link from our React scroll. As you can see that this is the auto import, and as you can see that link is auto imported from React scroll. And inside the link we will say that first one will be the home, and also here instead of href we will use 2, and we will see, and we will say what will be the destination for this link, and the destination will be the home, and that's it. Let's actually refresh and I should see the home, and if I zoom it, as you can see that I can see the home and it is a link. And let's actually duplicate this whole list item, and the second one will be the about, and the third one will be the contact, I believe between about and home we need one more, which will be the services. So services and services. So that's it. As you can see that we have all of our links here. Fine. And also let's create our logo. Right now we have just this logo text. So for that we will have a complete separate component for our logo. So let's create a file inside of our components folder. The name of the file will be the logo.js, and here let's create the component for the logo. So for the logo let's have the svg. So inside of our assets, inside of our images, we have the svg, logo.svg. So go to the logo.svg and copy all the svg code here. So let's copy this and paste it inside this div here. Now we have our svg, and that's it. Now we can actually call this logo in our header. So instead of this we will call our logo component, and here it is. Now we should see our logo, as you can see here. Fine. And also in our logo we will need some style. So inside of our logo component, let's have some style here. So for the style we will be using style component. So let's create some styles with style components. So logo styles equals to styled. Let's import that with from the style components, and here it will be a div that we will be styling. And here let's say that the max width of this will be the 100 pixel, and also the SVG. Let's actually apply these styles, copy this component name and replace this div with this name. Now as you can see that the max width of this div is 100 pixel. And also what I need to do, I need to say that the SVG means inside the div we have the SVG. So in our style component, so you can actually do nesting CSS easily. So in our SVG directly say that the width will be 100% and also the height will be 100%, and finally object feet will be the contain. And that's it. That's the style will be needed for our logo. And after that let's actually reset this zoom. Right now as you can see that this is the logo, and after that we have some links. Now we need to style this nav menu. So in our header let's actually style this. So constant header styles equals to styled.div. So here let's also import the styled from styled component, and inside the div we will have the style. And before that let's say that it will not be the div, it will be the header tag that will need the styles. And now let's actually replace this header tag with our header styles. Perfect. Now we can actually specify all the styles that will be needed. So let's say that the position will be the fixed, and also from the top it will be the 0, and left it will be the 0, and width will be 100%, and height will be, and here specifically we need a specific height, something like 50 pixel, and this height will be needed in several places later. So let's create a global style for this. So in our global styles let's create a global variable, so others, let's say that, and here let's say that header height, and let's say that it will be 50 pixel. Now we can use this variable here. Variable height will be the header height. Fine. And if I open my DevTools, as you can see that the header height is 50 pixel. Perfect. And yeah, the 50 pixel is applied perfectly. So now what I need to do, I need to change the background. So background, for now let's have a light theme background, which is the variable light blue 1, and as you can see that the light blue one is here. So fine. And finally we will have a border. Bottom will be the 1 pixel solid, and variable medium slat blue, and we have the border bottom. Perfect. And after that let's go to our navigation, and here in our navigation let's say that the display will be the flex, and align items will be the center, and justify content will be the center. Yeah, everything is center. Justify content, a space between will be, yeah, as you can see that now we have the space between justify content. Fine. And finally we need some padding in the top and bottom. So after that, let's go to our nav and ul and li. Here let's say that display will be inline block, and also let's say that the font size will be the 1.6 rem, and finally the font weight will be the 500. And once I do that, as you can see that whenever I have this display in a block, now those items, means list items, have a position side by side, as you can see. Fine. And that's it. Actually font weight and font size should go inside the anchor tag. So now that's good. And also in our display and also after the display inline block, in our list item, margin should be 0 and 0.5, means in the left and right side we will have 0.5 rem gap. And fine. And also in our anchor tag, let's say that display will be in block, and padding will be the 0.5 rem and 1 rem. And finally the color. So the color will be, let's say that for now we will have a variable dark blue 2. So now as you can see that dark blue 2 is here. So after that, let's have the hover style for those links. And here for that, what I need to do, I need to say that whenever I will hover the li, the anchor tag text decoration will be the underline. So that's what we want. So it is looking good for now, and that's fine. And after that, let's actually create our theme switcher, this one, as you can see. So let's create this theme switcher. So let's go to our components folder and let's get a new file with the name of theme switcher.js and rfce to create a functional component. So here inside that we will have our input. So this will be an input checkbox input. So for that, the type will be the checkbox, and here the ID will be the switcher. So after the input, let's also have a label here, and for the label HTML4 will be the switcher or something like that. And inside the label we will have our icon. For the icon we will use fi sun. This icon will be the feather icon. Let's actually import it. Import fi sun from react icons /fi. And after that we will, and also let's actually wrap this fi icon inside a div, and in this div let's also have a class of icon. And we will have another icon which will be for our moon icon. So fi moon, as you can see that it is auto imported. Fine. Let's actually use this theme switcher in our header. So in our header file, after the nav menu, let's actually call our, so after this nav tag, let's call this theme switcher. And yeah, I can see my icon. Great. And if I click, you can see that this is the checkbox. So whenever I will click in the icon, the checkbox is working. Great. Now we need some style for our theme switcher. So let's have the styles. So here let's say that constant theme switcher styles is equals to styled dot div. Let's apply this here, theme switcher styles. Fine. So now let's specify all the styles. So here let's say that the label will be the, let's say that the height of the label will be the 30 pixel, and also the width will be the about 55 pixel, and also after that the padding and padding 0 pixel and around 5 pixel. So the reason we do not have any kind of effect this height and width is that we need to change our display. So the display will be flex here, and yeah, as you can see that right now we can see the height and width is working. So display flex, align items will be the center, and finally justify content will be the center. Perfect. And also we need to make sure that the position is relative, and cursor will be the pointer, and background color, let me have the background color of C8 5F4. yeah, that's the color. And also border radius will be the 50 pixel. Yeah, that's what we want. And finally instead of having this justify content center, let's have the space between. Now as you can see that these two icons is actually positioning in the end of the, in the beginning and the end of the level, as you can see. So all the space is now between them. Great. And finally z index will be the 1. We will need this z index and also this position relative in a moment. I will show you. So after that, let's say that the icon height and width. So we need a specific height and width for the icon. So let's create a variable here. So let's say that the gap will be 5 pixel. I'll show you what the gap is, and the size will be the 20 pixel. So this is the size for our icon. So variable dash dash size, and this will be the same for our height and width. And here as you can see that. And after that, let's go to our inside the icon. We can say that display will be flex, and align items will be the center, and justify content will be the center. Fine. And this is basically to have our SVG in the center, because we will not have the 100% width for the SVG. We will actually reduce that width to 75%, and now as you can see that it is still in the center. It's because we have the display flex and align items and justify content center. So that's it, as you can see. And finally the color will be the variable dash dash white. Now as you can see that the color of the icon is white. And finally we need to actually remove this checkbox, as you can see. So let's actually remove this checkbox. So here inside the selector, we can actually say that the input, the only input inside the selector will have a width of 0 and height of 0, and also display will be none and visibility will be the hidden. So yeah, as you can see that now we do not have the checkbox anymore, and that's it. So after that, let's also create this background, as you can see that. So let's create this. So for that we will use a pseudo element of the level. So level once again, and after, so here we need to say that the position will be the absolute. So the position will be absolute, and this is the parent of this after pseudo element is the level, and whenever we have a child position absolute, the parent should have the position relative, and that's why we have the position relative here, as you can see. So great. And after that, the content of this will be the empty, and border radius will be the not border radius, okay, and border radius will be the 50%, and transform translate y minus 50%, so that it remain in the center, and the top will be the 50%. And whenever I will do, let's also have a background color. Background will be the variable dash dash light, sorry, medium slate blue. So also we need the height and width to show it. So the height and width will be the size. So height will be 100, the height will be variable dash dash the size, and also the width will be, as you can see that I can see my height and width means the background here, as you can see, but it is not perfectly circle. And also let's say that the left will be, it will be also a variable, and it will be the gap. Okay, here we have a mistake. The position absolute, it shouldn't be inside the code. So now as you can see that it is absolute, and we have the perfect circle. And also in the left side, as you can see that we are using the left will be the gap. So what is this gap is, as you can see that this gap is 5 pixel, and this is the 5 pixel space, as you can see that here. So this is the gap. So we need to actually maintain this gap in several places. So that's why it will be ideal to create a variable for that. So fine, now we have our background. Right now the problem is it is in the top of our icon. So for that, what I need to do, I need to make sure that the parent is having the z index 1 and the pseudo element is having a z index of -1, and it will fix the problem. Now as you can see that the icon is in the top. Fine. So after that, what I need to do, I need to say that whenever we will check the input, let's actually make it comment for a moment. So we have now the checkbox. So now what I need to do, I need to say that whenever I will check the checkbox, I need to change my position of this background. So how we can do that? So we can do that very easily. So here I can say that whenever the input is checked, I need to select the label pseudo element, and I need to change its position. So the left will be the, we need to do a simple calculation. And here what I need to do, I need to say that left will be the 100%. So if I do the 100%, let me show you what it will look like. So it will go outside of this whole level. So now you can see that the background is actually going outside of this whole level, as you can see. So we need to remove some from here, from this 100%. So how much we need to remove? So first of all, we need to remove the width of this background. So we already know the width is this size, so we can actually minus that or remove that size, and as you can see that it is almost there. And also we need to remove the gap so that we have the gap in the right side as well. So we just can say that minus variable dash dash gap, and that's it. Fine. Now we can actually go back here and hide the check box. Now we have our background which is changing on our click. So also let's make it a little bit smooth by adding a transition in our after. So transition will be 0.5 second is for the left, and we need to remove this. So 0.5 second is for the left, and if I do, as you can see that we have this nice theme switcher which is looking really nice. So great, now we have our theme switcher and we need to position that. It should be positioned here. So for that, let's go to our header. So here in our header, after this here, let's say that in our nav menu we need to say that the display will be flex, and now as you can see that it is in the right side, and also align items will be the center, and justify content will be the flex end. So after that we need to actually make it responsive. Right now it is not responsive, as you can see that in the mobile view it will be like that. So let's actually make it responsive. So let's actually create a media query to make it responsive. So first of all, let's say that media on the screen and max width 768 pixel. So in our media query, the nav menu will have a display flex, and flex direction will be the column, and also let's say that justify content will be the center, and also position will be the fixed, and width will be 90%, max width will be the 250 pixel, and finally top will be 0 because we have the position fix here. We need to position it correctly, and the right will be 0, and background color, for now the background color, let's say that it will be the variable dash dash light blue 2, and height will be 100 v8, and z index will be the 100. So z index 100, which means it will be in the top of everything. And finally we need to say that transform translate x minus 100%, and transition for this transform will be the 0.3 second is and only for transform. So great, and this transform will be the positive 100%. So now as you can see that it is in the right side, and we cannot see it. Fine, and if we wanna see it, we need to actually make it 0, and we will see it, and that's it. So that's how we will actually create this nav menu. And also let's say that whenever we will have a, and also let's say that here overflow will be hidden. fine. So let's say that whenever we will have our nav menu open, so nav menu, nav, if it have any kind of class of open, we'll have a transform translate x0. so we will add this open class in a moment. And also let's have some style for these links, as you can see that. So here after the nav, here nav ul li will have a display of block. So display block and text alignment will be the center, and finally the width will be 100%. yeah, that's looking good. And text alignment right will be, yeah, text alignment right. And also we'll have some margin here, so margin will be the 0.5 rem for the top and bottom. Great. And also here the anchor tag will have a display block, and also the width will be the 100%. So now as you can see that everything is looking good. We have the style for our menu. And finally what I need to do, I need some let's actually hide that. So now what I need, actually I need a menu icon so that I can open this nav menu. So let's have an icon for that. So the icon we need is actually this menu icon. If I make it responsive, I mean if I make it something like mobile device, so this icon will be needed, this menu icon, so that we can click and the menu will appear here. So let's actually have the icon. So we will have the icon after the theme switcher, as you can see. So after the theme switcher, let's have our fi menu icon. So here let's say that fi menu, and let's actually import that. I should see my menu icon, as you can see. So let's also wrap this menu icon with a div which will have a class of menu icon, so that we can actually style it. And also let's have the style. So here let's say that dot menu icon. So here for the menu icon, let's say that the width will be 30 pixel and the height will be 30 pixel as well, and cursor will be the pointer, and margin left will be the 10 pixel, and finally padding will be the 3 pixel. Yeah, as you can see that it is looking good. And also let's say that inside the svg, means inside the icon we have the svg obviously. Here we can actually change the color of it. Let's say that the color for now, variable dash light blue 1 or 2, not the light blue, I need the dark blue. Yeah, that's the color. And let's say that whenever I'll hover the icon, so whenever I'll hover the icon, we need to change the background color. So let's actually change the background color, and the color will be 8080803b, something like that. So now the icon should have a background color whenever I will hover. So right now it is actually it is simulating the touch screen, but we need to actually disable our touch simulation. So whenever I'll do that, I can see that whenever I'll hover, I can see the background color. So fine. And after that let's actually do the functionality, means whenever I click that, so on click we need to actually change something. So here before that also one thing we need to do. So before that we need to do one more thing. So whenever I will go to the large device, as you can see that I do not want to show this menu icon. I only want to show it whenever I will be in the small device. I do not want to show it in the large device. So for that, what I need to do, I need to have a variable which will allow me to see which device I am in right now. So for that we need to create a state. So let's say that is mobile and set is mobile. So equals user state. So we will be using user state hook. So let's auto import this first of all. So for the default value we need to actually check that the window width. So we need to check the window width, and we need to see the width is actually is a mobile width or a large device width. So how we can do that? So we need to actually specify the initial value inside this parenthesis. So here let's say that window dot match media, and here we just can say that max width 768 pixel, and whenever this will match, so if it is matches it will return true, otherwise it will return false. So whenever we will be inside this range, max width 768 pixel means whenever we will be in the mobile device it will return true. So which means our is mobile variable value will be the true. And also we need to actually check this check the same thing whenever we will resize our window. So for that we can use effect. So use effect, and we just can say that we need to add a event listener in our window dot add event listener, and the event is actually resize. So whenever I will resize my window, what I wanna do, so in the resize means whenever our window will be resized, we need to check this window dot match media once again, and we need to set our new value by this set is mobile. So let's actually do that. So set is mobile, inside that we need to check our this window dot match media. So copy this and paste it. So whatever it will return, we can actually get the value by this variable is media. And let's actually auto import our use effect first of all. So fine, and also I wanna run this thing only once. So now let's console log our console.log this is media, and let's see what the value it is actually containing. So if I go to my console, we have so many errors. So let's actually clear this by this delete icon. So whenever I will resize my window, it should run and it should change the value. So as you can see that first of all it was false, but whenever we are inside the 768 pixel, the value is true. And whenever I will actually resize my window, it will run. As you can see that whenever I will be outside of our window, outside of our range, means this range, now as you can see that the value is false. So that's what we want. Let's actually apply this thing in our code here. So let's say that whenever, let's actually delete this console log first of all. So let's say that whenever is mobile is true, means whenever I am inside my mobile menu, I wanna see the icon. So we can do it very easily. I just can say that whenever is mobile is true, we will see this mobile icon, sorry, menu icon. So right now as you can see that I cannot see menu icon, but whenever I will go to the mobile menu, sorry, mobile device with, I can see my icon. Great. That's working great. So that's fine. As you can see that it is working greatly. So right now what I need to do, I need to actually add the functionality, means whenever I will click, I need my menu open. So for that, here let's make it a button. So tab index will be the 0, and also our role will be the button. So fine, now it will work as a button, but before we do add any functionality, we need to do one more thing. We need to create another state variable here. So now let's say that in our state, so constant, the new state that we will create is that is nav open. So is nav open and set is nav open. So from the name you can actually tell what it will contain. So use effect, sorry, use state, and the default value is the false. So as you can see that this is the state, the new state that we created, and from the name you can say that it will store the information about the nav menu. Is nav open, by default it will be false, and whenever nav will be the open, it will be the true. And based on the value of this variable, we need to open and close our nav menu. So how we gonna do that? So we will do it very easily. So if you remember, we have this style where we said that whenever nav will have an open class, we will actually open our nav menu, and we need to add this open class in our nav. So let's do it. So here let's say that class name, and here let's say that is mobile. First of all, we need to check that we are inside the mobile device. If it is open, we need to check one more thing. We need to check that is nav open. So if our nav is open, the value of this variable is true, we need to add our open class. Otherwise we will say that there will be undefined class name. So that's it. So whenever I will change the initial value from false to true, we should see our nav menu open, as you can see. Great. So let's actually keep it false. As you can see that it is now closed. So now what I need to do, whenever I will actually click this button, means this menu button here, on click, we need to change the value of this state. So here I will just say that in a function, I will just say that set is nav open true, and also we need to add a on key down, and inside this function we need to do the same thing, set is nav open true. So whenever I click, the nav will be open, as you can see. Great. Now we need to close this. Right now we do not have any kind of functionality to close this nav menu. So the first thing that we need to do is actually we need to create, or we need to add a close button in the nav. So inside this nav we need to add this close button. So we need to add this close button around here. So let's actually create the close button here. So let's say that we'll have a div with a class of close icon, and inside that we can actually say that fix, the name of the icon, and you can actually auto import that, and as you can see that that's the icon. And also we can, let's actually have some style for this close icon. We can have the same style that we have in our menu icon. So let's say that close icon, so it is having now the same style as our menu icon. Also what I need to do, I need to say that in our close icon, separately after this style, the close icon. We need to give it some position. So the position will be the absolute, and right will be the 10 pixel, and also top will be the 10 pixel as well. And finally, whenever I'll hover this, the background color, I think the default background color is okay. We do not need to do any kind of separate hover effect for that. And or if you want, you can do something like, whenever I'll hover, the SVG color, so whenever I hover, the SVG color will be the white, as you can see. Yeah, fine, not bad. So whenever I'll click this, I need to add functionality to close this nav menu, and the functionality is very easy to add. What I need to do, I need to make it a button first of all. So tab index 0, and role will be the button. And now we can say that on click, we need to run a function where we will actually need to is nav open. We need to set the is nav open, set is nav open false. If I save it, we need to do the same thing for the on key down. So now whenever I'll click this, it should close the nav menu, as you can see. So great, now we have the menu. So the menu is fine, and let's also check the responsiveness. As you can see that it is still here. The reason behind that is we need to check it. So whenever we are actually adding this HTML here, we need to check that if we are inside our mobile device width. So let's actually check it. So let's say that if our is mobile is true, then we will actually show it, otherwise we will not show it. So now as you can see that it is actually gone from here, but whenever I will go to the mobile menu, it will be there. Great. So here as you can see that we are done with the header part. It is looking good. Yeah, that's fine. So in the next part of the video, we will actually work on our React context API, so that we can actually add our dark theme with this theme switcher. So I'll see you then. So now we need to actually create our context API. We will be using context API for managing our theme data. So let's actually set it up. So here in our source folder, inside the source folder, create another folder which will be context. So context. So inside this context folder, we will have our theme context. So let's have that. So theme context.js. So let's actually have our context here. So first of all, what I need to do, I need to import our create context yeah. So create context from React. So we need to import that, and after that we can actually easily create our theme context. So let's say that constant theme context from theme context will be is equals to create context. So we need to create our context by using this function, and we will have our theme context, as you can see here. So after that we can actually export default theme context. Yes, so basically as you can see that we are actually importing our create context, and after that we are actually making our theme context by using the function, and after that we are actually exporting the theme context. So beside that we need to create our theme list. So right now we don't have any kind of theme data or something like that, so let's create another folder inside the source folder. So the name of the folder will be data, and inside the data we will have one file which is actually theme list.js. so here we will have our themes. So let's say that export default. So we will export this object here, and inside the object we will say that light. So this will be for our light theme, and also dark, and this will be for our dark theme. So that's it. So we will import we will export this object, and it is a good idea to have your theme list in one place, and after that you can actually reference your theme. Whatever theme you will need, you can actually use the reference from this file, and after that if you want to change any of the theme name or something like that, you can change in one place, means you can change that in this file and all the reference will be changed automatically. So that's a good thing to have your theme or data in one place, and after that you can actually reference those data. So that's it. We have our theme list ready to use. So now you can actually import that in your context folder. So let's say that import theme list from, so we need to go to the data folder, and inside the data folder we have our theme list. So now we have our theme list, and inside the theme list we have our light and dark theme. So let's also have those here. So our light theme equals to will be so theme list dot light, and also our dark theme will be theme list dot dark. So that's it. So now we have our light theme and dark theme, and after that we can actually use this light theme and dark theme very well inside this file very easily. So what we can do now, first of all we need to create our reducer. So theme reducer, which will actually let's actually create this. So theme reducer. So what a reducer will do, actually it will take your state, and also it will take an action type, and based on your action type it will change your state. So let's give the state and action. So it will take the action and state. So we need to check our action. So let's say that switch, and here I will have the action and also action dot type, I mean. So we need to check this action dot type. So let's say that case, if our action dot type is toggle theme, so if our action dot type is toggle theme, what I need to do, I need to actually change my state. So let's say that return. So we need to return the state. So return what we will return, we will return a new theme. So let's say that theme will be whatever current theme is. So we can actually say that state dot theme. So this is the current theme, and we need to toggle it. So if the state dot theme is a dark theme, we will actually return light theme, otherwise we will return our dark theme. So now from here it will return, sorry, this return should have something like that. So now what we are doing is, let me actually say one more time. So if our action type is toggle theme, what we will do, we will return this object, which will be our new state, and inside that we are saying that the new theme will be, first of all we are checking the current theme. If our current theme is a dark theme, we will toggle it, means we will return the light theme, and otherwise we will return the dark theme. So we are actually toggling our current theme, and we are actually sending a new theme based on whatever the current theme is. And beside that we need to have a default case. So let's say that default. So default will be if any of our action type does not match, this default will be there. So if any of the action type does not match, what I need to do, I need to return the state without any kind of change. So state, okay, I think we have a state, something like that. So now we are actually returning the state without changing it from here, as you can see that. And if our action type is toggle theme, we are actually changing our theme and returning the new theme, as you can see that, based on our current theme. And also whenever we have this toggle theme, we need to do one more thing. We need to change our local storage. So yes, we will actually store our theme. Whenever we will change our theme from here, we will store our theme in the local storage. So we need to do that here. So whenever we will change our theme, we need to do one more thing here. So let's say that local storage dot set item. So we need to set our theme in the local storage, and the name will be the theme, and the value will be, so the value will be the same that we have here. So we can copy this code and paste it here. So we are doing the same thing. We are actually checking the current theme. If our current theme is a dark theme, we will save the light theme, and otherwise it will be a dark theme, because we are actually toggling the theme. So we have our theme reducer ready to use. So let's actually create our context provider. Inside the context provider, we will actually use this. So let's say that constant theme context provider. So this is a custom theme context provider. So here what I need to do, first of all, we need to get our initial theme. So because whenever we will create our reducer, we need to have an initial value. So for that, let's say that for our state, the initial value, let's say that constant initial value, initial state you can say instead of value. So initial state will be theme. So we will have a separate function where we will have our initial theme. So let's actually name the function, which will be the get initial theme. So inside the function, we will actually decide what will be our initial theme. So let's actually create the function first of all. So constant get initial theme equals, so inside the function, first of all, we need to check our local storage theme. So if we have any theme in our local storage which is saved from here, as you can see that, we need to use that. So first of all, we need to get the theme from our local storage. So constant, let's say that theme equals to local storage dot get item. So the name of the item is the theme, as you can see that we have here. So we need to use the name, which is the theme. So it will actually get the local storage theme if we have any. And also beside that, we need to check the user if the user have any kind of prefers color scheme. So how can we do that? So we can do very easily. So we just can say that prefer dark equals to, so we can do it very easily with window dot match media. So let's say that if we have window dot match media available, after that we will check window dot match media, and inside that we can actually check any kind of query, something like let's say that prefers color scheme. So if our preferred color scheme is dark, what we need to do, so we need to first of all match this thing. If our query match means this query, if this match, it will return true, otherwise it will return the false. So we will store this value in our this prefers dark variable. So after that, we can actually check. So if we have any kind of theme in our local storage, what we will do, first of all, we will actually return that return. So first of all, check if we have any kind of theme which is from this theme is from actually local storage. If we have any, we will return the theme. So that's it. So that's our first priority. If we have any kind of theme in our local storage, we will return it, and it will return, and it will not do anything else. But if we do not have any kind of theme in our local storage, what else we need to do? So we need to check our prefers dark. So if our prefers dark, so if user prefers a dark theme, we will return our dark theme, otherwise we will return our light theme. So that's it. So now we will have a initial theme based on this logic, as you can see that. So, and also we need to remove this semicolon because that's an object. So that's it, we have our initial state ready. So it will actually run this function and it will give us a initial theme based on if we have any kind of theme in local storage or if the user prefers a dark theme. So that's it, now we have our initial state, and after that we can actually use this in our use reducer hook. So constant, and let's have the state and dispatch something like that. So it will come from use reducer hook. So this is a hook from React. You need to actually, sorry, not user reducer, use reducer. So use reducer, something like that. So use reducer is a hook from the React. So we can use this use reducer to create our reducer. So as you can see that we have this reducer, as you can see that. So now we can actually pass this theme reducer inside this use reducer, something like that. And also it will take another argument which will be the initial state. So let's pass it here. So initial state, and what it will actually return, it will return the state, the current state, and also it will return a dispatch method, you can say. By this dispatch method you can actually pass an action, and based on the action the theme state will change, as you can see. So let's actually use those here. So let's have a value object here. So inside the value object we will say that the current theme will be the state.theme, and also the second property will be the function. So in this project we will have a function. We need a function actually to toggle our theme between a light theme and dark theme. So how we can actually create the function? We can create the function very easily. Toggle, let's actually name it toggle theme, something like that. So this one will be a function. So let's have the function here, and here we can actually use our dispatch method. So we can say that dispatch, and inside that we need to pass our action type. So type will be, so what will be the type? So we wanna toggle the theme, so the type should be this one, toggle theme. So I can say that toggle theme, something like that. And now we have ready our value, means we have a theme and also we have a function which will allow us to toggle the theme. And now we can actually pass this value in our context provider. So let's actually return our theme context provider from this custom theme context provider component that we have here. So let's say that return our theme context dot provider, and we need to actually make sure that whatever the children is, we need to pass it here. So we need to get the children from the props, and we need to pass it between the provider. And also beside that, the main thing, the value, we need to pass here. So the value will be the value variable that we have. So that's it. Now we are actually returning our theme context provider, and we have the value here, and from the value, as you can see that we will have the theme and the toggle function. So let's actually use this context in our index.js. So let's go to our index.js. Here first of all, let's actually import that. So import theme context provider from, so we need to go to our context folder, and inside that context folder we have the theme context. And also I think I did a mistake, means here we need to actually export this theme context provider. We are not exporting yet, so export. So this will be a normal export, so export theme context provider. And now after that we can actually we will have this theme context provider from this file, and after that we can use it very easily. So let's actually use it here. So let's say that theme context provider, and obviously these will be something like that. And also we need to make sure that we are wrapping the whole app between this theme context provider. Yes, now we are using our theme context provider. Let's see if our provider is working or not. So how we can actually check it? We can check it very easily with an extension. We need to install a browser extension, this one. The name of this browser extension is React Developer Tool. So this is the extension. As you can see that this is from the Facebook. So this is official React Dev Tool. So as you can see that you need to install this, and it is available in Chrome and Firefox, I believe. So just install these React Developer Tools from your browser extension store. So once you have that, you need to come your web page here, and you can actually refresh the web page, and you will get this kind of red icon here. So once you have that, you need to go to your inspect, and after that you will find these two tab here. As you can see that one is the component and another one is the profile. We will use this component here, and let me actually zoom it. Here you can see that all the component tree available here. So in the beginning we have our theme context provider, which is our this one, as you can see that, and also inside that we have our context.provider, and after that we have our app. And if you actually hover over the app, or if you hover over the context.provider, you should see the value of the context. The value of the context is a theme, is an object first of all, and inside that we have a property with a name of theme, and also inside that we also have a toggle theme function. As you can see that this is a function. So that's it. It is working correctly, means our theme context provider is working correctly. We can see our context.provider, and inside the context.provider we have our value, which is theme and toggle function. So that's it. Now we have our context ready to use. So before that we need to actually do one more thing in our app.js. We need to create our theme provider component, which will actually tell our style component. We are actually using a style component for our CSS, as you know. So we need to tell our style component about this context value. So how we can actually tell the style component about that? So this is very easy. We need to import theme provider. So this is from a style component itself. So style components, and we can use it very easily. And before we use that, we need to actually have this value, means we need to have this theme value, whatever the current theme is. So how we can actually get the current value of our context? So we can do that very easily. We can actually use our hook for that. So let's actually get the theme from our use context. So context, which will be from our React, and we need to pass our context name, which is the theme context, and this is also need to be imported. So we need to import this theme context. So now we should have our theme, which is this one, and after that we can actually use this theme value inside of our theme provider. So let's actually have the theme provider here, theme provider, and we need to wrap the whole thing, means whole component, this global SLN landing page inside this theme provider. We need to wrap that, and here we need to pass a value, not value, sorry, we need to pass our theme, and this theme will take an object. So we need to make sure that we are actually passing an object, something like that, and inside the object we can actually pass our theme. So that's it. So now we are actually passing the theme here, as you can see, inside of our this theme provider. So now our style component will know about our theme, and whatever the current theme, this value will change. So let's actually check it out. So let's go to our global style. and here we can actually use it. Let's say that here in the body, instead of this light theme color, means light blue color, we can actually use our context value. So let's actually do that. So first of all, we need to go to our JavaScript, because right now we are inside of this backtick, as you can see that, and from inside these backticks you can actually go to the JavaScript area or JavaScript world, you can say, by using these $sign and curly brackets, and after that inside that you will have this function. So inside this function you will have a props argument here, as you can see that this props will be given by your style component. So here we can actually get this theme by saying props dot theme, and after that we can check the theme. If our theme is a light theme, so we can actually say that theme list, we need to import our theme list dot light theme. If it is a light theme, we will actually say that the variable that I want for the light theme is the light blue, I believe, light blue 1, and otherwise we will actually use a variable for our dark theme, which is actually dash dash dark blue 3, and we need to have this in a single quote. Okay, I made a mistake. This should be, instead of question mark, this should be our equal sign, because we are actually checking if our props dot theme is a light theme. We need to return this, and otherwise we'll return that. So if I save that, now it is working, as you can see that, and these props, okay, I'm having the same mistake once again. Props should be something like that. No, if I can type, okay, so now I should work. So as you can see that now it is actually working. Now the background is actually dark based on our theme, because if you go to your context provider, you can see that the theme is dark. So what if our theme is light? Right now we do not have any theme. Let me actually check our storage. So in our local storage, if I go to our storage and local storage, and here as you can see that we do not have any kind of value for our theme, which means it is using actually it is using our preference. If you go to the inspect in Firefox, you can actually change your preference color scheme. What you need to do, you need to actually come here, and you can see that you can toggle between your color scheme. So let's actually say that if I prefer a light color scheme, I can actually click it, and after that if I refresh, the background is changed based on our color. And if you go to the components and context.provider, as you can see that the theme value is now light, as you can see. And also we can actually toggle back to our dark theme, and if I refresh, the background is dark because our context.provider theme is dark. So it is using now our prefers color scheme, and whatever our color scheme, whatever the color scheme we prefer, it is actually using that. So that's great. And after that we need to actually add functionality to this toggle button, as you can see. So right now it is not working. So let's actually go to our theme switcher.js, and here as you can see that this is the input that is actually using behind this toggle switcher. So if I actually remove these styles and comment it out, actually I can see my toggle button, as you can see. So what I can do actually here, whenever I will change the value of this input, I can actually toggle our theme. So to do that, first of all we need to have this toggle theme function. As you can see that this toggle theme function, we need to have that. So how we can have any kind of value from our context? It is the same thing that we already used. So we need to use our context hook. So let's actually get the theme and also the toggle theme function from our context. So use context. So we need to import the use context from our React, and also we will say that the context that we want to use is the theme context, and which will be from our context folder, as you can see. Now we should have our value, means theme and toggle theme, and let's actually use those. So here in our input I can say that on change means whenever we will change the value, we will do the toggle theme, and let's see if it is working or not. Right now we have a theme value of dark, and if I change, as you can see, the theme is now light, and if I change based on our click, it is actually changing. So it is working correctly, but the problem is whenever I will go to the dark theme, it should be checked, and the theme value is actually dark. As you can see that whenever we are in the dark theme, the checkbox should be checked, and after that if I refresh, as you can see that now it is not checked. The reason behind that is actually in our input it is a type checkbox input, and behind the scene what it will actually do is it will use this attribute called checked. So if our checked is false, it will not check the checkbox. As you can see that whatever we do, how many times we will click this input, it will not change the value. So if we keep it true, every time it will be checked, as you can see. So based on this attribute value, it will actually show the checkbox or not. So we can say that if our value is dark theme, we want to check it, and otherwise we don't want to check it. Means if it is a light theme, we do not want to check it. If it is a dark theme, we want to check it. So how we can do that? So we will do it very easily. We will say that theme, if our theme is equals to theme list dot dark theme, so it will check our theme which is coming from our context. So it will check the theme. If it is a dark theme, it will return true, and otherwise it will return false, which means if our theme is dark theme, it will actually check. If our theme is the light theme, it will uncheck it, as you can see. So now it is working, and if I go to the dark theme and also refresh, it is still checked, as you can see, which means it is working correctly, and we can now hide our input checkbox correctly. So after that we need to change the background color of our this nav menu. So let's go to our nav here. So it is inside the header, so let's go to our header here. So we need to change the value of background color in several places. So let's actually start from here. So in the background color of our header, first of all we will actually go to the theme here, and also one more thing that I need to say in our global style. If I come back here, so as you can see that we are using props here, and whenever we need to actually check our theme here, we need to say that props.theme. So instead of having this .theme and .theme, something like that, what we can do actually, we can destructure the theme directly from the props. So here we can do it very easily. We can destructure the theme first of all. So now we are destructuring this theme, and from this theme we need to do one more level of destructuring with the theme. So right now we can directly use the theme instead of having the props.theme. So now as you can see that it will look like that. So we will use this syntax in our header. Instead of having props.theme, we will destructure it directly. So let's say that theme and theme, and we can actually use it directly here. So let's say that if our theme is a light theme, so theme list, do not use directly theme light theme or dark theme, just use the reference from the theme list, as you can see. So we are not using our theme directly. As you can see that every time we need to use our theme, we are actually referencing this theme list. So theme list dot light. So if our theme is a light theme, whatever we need to return will be here. So we need to return the variable which is the light blue 1, and otherwise we need to return the dark blue 3. So that's it, and now as you can see that the background is already changed. And after that we need to do the same thing for our anchor tag. Right now if you go here, let me actually go to the large device. Right now I think in the large device the anchor tag is black, but we do not want that. Whenever the theme is dark, the background, sorry, the color of this anchor tag should be changed. So let's go to our theme. So we need to destructure that theme, and inside that we need to do another level of destructuring. And here I can say if our theme is a theme list dot light, what we need to do, we need to actually we need to return our dark blue 2, and otherwise we need to return our light blue 1. And if I save, as you can see that the color is now back. So also we need to actually change our this color, as you can see that the color of our icon. So here in our SVG we can say that instead of having this color, so here in the theme we'll say that if our theme is light theme, so theme list dot light, if it is a light theme we need to return our variable which is the dark blue 2, otherwise we need to return our variable light blue 1. So that's it. Now as you can see that the background is working correctly. And also we need to change one more time here in our nav the background of this one. As you can see that right now we are using this light blue, so I just can say that here so here I need to check the theme. If our theme equals to the theme list dot light, so if it is a light theme we need to return the light blue 2, otherwise we need to return our dark blue 4. So that's it. And if I save, as you can see that the background is changed. And let's see, as you can see that. And also if I go to my storage, so now if I go to my storage, inside the storage you need to go to the local storage, and here you should see the theme. As you can see that the value is light, and if I change, my value should be changed, as you can see that. So based on our theme, based on our switching, it is actually changing our value. Correct. So great, now we have our theme switcher ready to use, and also our context API ready to use. So now we can actually move on our next section. So now let's actually create our hero section here. So let's create that. So for that, let's go to our component folder here and create a new file with the name of hero section.js. So this will be our hero section here, and let's create a RFCE component, and here let's say that h1 should be okay. Why it is not working? So my emit is not working, I don't know. So let's say that here hello from hero section. So that's it, and let's go to our landing page component here, landing page. So this is the landing page, and now after the header we can use our hero section. So hero section. So here if I save, and we need to import that hero section from our components folder, as you can see. So now we should see our hero section. Now we cannot see this h1, The reason behind that is actually it is behind this header, and if I actually duplicate this h1, now as you can see that the last two of them we can see it, and the first one we cannot see because it is under this header. So that's not an issue, we will fix it in a moment. So let's actually create our hero section. So for the hero section, let's say that here we will have an ID of hero. So we will have this ID for our this link, we need to have an ID, so we will use it in a moment. And let's say that div with a class of container here. So for some reason in my VS Code the element is not working, I need to figure it out later, but let's say that here inside that I will have a div with a class of container. So here I need to say that class name dot it should be container, and inside this div we'll have another div, let's say that div, and here we have a class name which should be the hero wrapper, and inside that we'll have two part, we'll have an info part, another one will be the image part. So let's create our info. So div dot class name, and it is still not working, I don't know why. So div here the class name should be the hero info, and inside this div we will have our info. So here inside the info we will have our title. So first of all for our title we will have a separate component. So let's say go to our components folder, inside that let's create a folder with the name of titles. So titles, inside that we will have our title. So the first title that we will have is the hero title, means the one we will be using in our hero section. So let's get a file and name it hero title.js. So here rfce to create our component, and here in our hero title I will actually return a h1. So let's create a h1. So inside that I will say that whatever our children will be, we will pass it as a text. So children means the text, we will pass it inside of our this h1 children. And also after that we need to make sure that if we pass any kind of attribute or props, we also need to grab them and we will use it in our h1. So we can say something like that, so which will help us to have, it should be 3, so which will help us to get if we have any kind of class name in our h1. If you want to give a class name in our h1, we can now do that with this rest prop. So whatever will pass as a prop, it will be in our h1, as you can see. So after that we need we do not need this div anymore, here we need only this h1, as you can see. And after that we need to style that h1, which is we can do by saying constant title styles equals to a styled dot we need to style the h1, so that's why make sure that it is h1. So we can now use this h1 style here. So title styles, yeah, that's it. Now let's actually use it in our heroes section here. So we can say that title styles, and we need to import that, sorry, not title style, it is a hero titles, I mean, sorry, what I'm doing, I don't know. So hero title, we need to import that, and if I save now, as you can see that hero titles, sorry, if I save and refresh, now it is working. And also beside that we need to pass the children, which will be our text for the title. So this will be closing, and here let's say that as a text hello for now. So I cannot see it for the same reason, it is now under this under this navbar. So let's actually quickly fix that. So in our style component, let's actually create our style component for this hero, sorry, for this hero section. So constant hero section styles equals to styled dot div, and here we need to do especially one thing to fix the problem is we need to have a padding top. So padding top, and this padding top is a special padding top. We need to use our header height, which is a variable, if you remember. So calc, and we can actually use this variable header height, and with that header height, if I actually have that header height, it should be fine. So hero section styles, now as you can see that it is fine. But with that header height, I also need to add some extra pixels, so 10 pixels. So this 10 pixel will help us whenever our height will be small. If we have a small height of window, our content will not directly actually touch this nav menu. Let me actually show you instead of saying that. So we can go to our responsive view. So if I actually decrease the height of our this window, as you can see that this h1, it is not directly actually touching our this nav band, as you can see. So there is still 10 pixel gap. So if I do not have this 10 pixel, what will be is actually this now is actually touching our, as you can see, this is touching our header. So we do not want to touch our header directly. As you can see that it will not look good. We should have some space between our header and also this hero section content. So that's why we need some extra 10 pixel gap here. So that's it, and let's go back to our style in our hero title. So in our hero title, we need some style. So in the h1 here, let's say that the font size should be 6 rem, and also color, and here I can say, so we need to actually destructure this theme as we did previously, theme. And here I need to say that if we have a light theme, so theme is equal to, so if our theme is a light theme, so theme list dot light. So if it is a light theme, what I need to do, I need to return this variable, which is the dark blue 2. Otherwise we will return this variable, which is light blue 1. So that's it, and if I save, I should see my hello text, which is great. And after that, the font weight for that will be 900, and beside that the text transform will be the capitalize, and finally mediocre. So for our small device, media only screen, and max width 768 pixel. So here I will just say that the font size will be 4 rem, and that's it. Whenever we will go to the small device, it should change the font size. As you can see, now the font is 4 and now it is 6 rem. So finally we are done with our title. Now we can use it in our hero section. So for the hero section content, instead of having this hello text, we can actually have a nice text here. So let's go to the hero section where it is. We are now in the hero section. So instead of having this hello text, we will have our title, as you can see. So this one. So after that, let's go to our paragraph text. So in our, if I go to the end project, in our whole project, we will use the same paragraph text over and over, as you can see, in every place. So now what I need to do for that, we can actually create a separate component for this paragraph text. So let's actually create a folder in our components, which will be paragraph text inside that we will have one paragraph text here for this project, but if you have multiple, you can actually have those in one place. So let's have paragraph text.js, and here RFCE, which will create our nice component, and inside that, instead of a div, we will return a paragraph, and also we will have the children here. So children, and the children should be here, and that's it. Now it should work. So, and also let's have the basic style for this paragraph text. So let's come here and create our style component. So constant paragraph style equals to a styled dot div, and we need to import our styled from style components, and here not div, it should be paragraph, and here we need to have our style. Let me check my recording. Yes, it is on. So here we can say for the paragraph the font size will be 1.6 rem, and let's actually use this in our paragraph style. And after that, let's also have the line height here. So line height will be the 1.4 rem, and finally the color. So color, for the color we will use our context theme value. So we need to destructure the theme, and theme, we will say that if our theme equals to theme list dot light, we will say that the variable will be the dark blue 1, and otherwise it will be our light blue 2, and that's it. And after that, little media coding. So media only screen, and max width 768 pixel, and beside that inside that, sorry, font size will be the 1.4 rem, and that's it. So now we can use it directly in our hero section. So after the title, let's say that paragraph text, this is a component, and we need to import that, and here we can say, let me actually copy the text here, and that's it. So now I can see my text, and also I can see the color of the text, which means our style is working. So after that, let's also create our button. Right now we have we need to create this button, as you can see. So let's create this button. So for that we can create another folder with the name of buttons, and inside that we can create our button. So let's create our button. So we will have our primary button here. So let's get a file with the name of primary button. So primary button.js. so here RFCE to have our component. So here in our component we need to actually return a anchor tag. So let's actually return an anchor tag, and here I will say that I will have the children. So children, and that's it. And here now let's have basic styles, constant button styles equals to styled dot div, it is an anchor tag, and let's have some gap here. So now we can actually use this button style, and this should be capital, because this is a component we need to replace with. So as you can see that button styles, and here beside here inside the anchor tag style we need to say that first of all display will be the inline block. So after that, let's say that background color, So background will be the variable dash dash medium flat blue, and after that here we will say that the padding will be the 1.5 RAM and also 2 RAM in the left and right, and also the color will be the variable dash dash white, and font size should be 1.6 RAM, and text transform will be the capitalize, and border radius will be the 8 pixel. And let's actually check what it is, what it looks like right now. So in our hero section, let's actually say that button styles, so not button styles, primary button, I mean primary button, and this is a component, and inside the component we need to pass our child, which will be the text. So let's say that contact now, something like that, and we need to import this, and if I come here I can see it, as you can see, so which means we are in the right direction. So we need to style it a little more, means we need to change our font weight 500, and also they'll not have any kind of border, and that's fine. And after that media query only screen and max width 768 pixel, and here inside that the font size should be 1.4 RAM, and also the padding should be 1.2 RAM, and finally 1.5 RAM, and that's it. If I go to my small device, as you can see that it is already having the small padding, as you can see, and the font size is actually decreased. And in the large device, yeah, as you can see that the difference between large device and the small device. So we are having it, and also beside that we need to do one more thing. We need to get the rest of our attribute or props, you can say, and also pass it here inside of our these curly brackets. So now we will have rest of the props as well here, and also I think I need to do that for our breakup text as well. So here inside these curly brackets, rest of the props will be here. So now it is done, and let's actually come here in our hero section, and so instead of having contact now, I will have whatever we have in our end project, which is get in touch. Fine, and after that let's actually create our image. So after this div we will have another div. So this div will have a class name of hero image, and here we'll have our closing body tag, sorry, closing div, and inside that we'll have our image. So we will have the image. So here in the image we'll have our source, and the source we need to actually import that. So we need to import our hero image, and if you go to the assets folder, inside the assets folder we have the images, and you can see that hero.png. so you need to use that. So hero.png, or we can name it hero image. From we need to go to our assets, and inside that images, inside that hero, think something like that, hero.png, and let's actually use it as a source here. So hero image, and also beside that we need to pass the alternative attribute alt, and let's say that the name of our project artistic. Now we can see our image. Great. So now we are done with our hero section HTML. Now we can actually go to our style back here, and let's add, and here let's actually add some style. So first of all, we can actually say that the mean height for this whole section will be 100 VH, and here let's say that display will be flags, and align items will be the align items. Okay, fine, I get that. Align items will be the center, and also justify content will be the center. So after that it will actually keep the center this container, as you can see, and after that we need to go to our wrapper, where we need to also say that this flex thing. So hero wrapper, here we need to actually say the same thing that we have here. So we can actually duplicate this and move here. So now it is actually displaying as a flex. So after that the width will be 100%, and the gap should be 1 rem as well. So now the gap is here, as you can see, and after that let's go to our info, means hero info, and here now flex will be the 3, and also after that we need to go to the hero image. We need to provide the flex as well. Here flex will be 4 here, and also the image should be a object fit contain. Great. And after that let's go to our title. So as you can see that now we do not have any kind of class here, so we can actually pass a class here. So class name should be, let's say that hero title, and if I come here in our inspect, so now if I open my inspect, and if you can see that in our h1 we have this hero title, which is this class. So which means actually it is working, means if I come here in our hero title, so this is because where we said all the rest of the props that will be passed in this hero title, we also want that in our this h1, as you can see. So if we pass any kind of prop, we are passing this class name, as you can see that class name, and it is actually passing this class name in our h1, this h1, as you can see. So that's how we are actually getting this class name in our this component. So now let's say that we have this class name hero title. What we can do in our hero title, why we need this title class actually? So we need this for some specific reason. So hero title, because we need some actually space here. So margin bottom, first of all we need that 1.5 rem, as you can see, and after that we also need to have a max width for this. So max width will be the 400 pixel. So it will override the style that we actually specified in our component. So if I go to the hero title, if we have any kind of a style here, it will actually override the style that we have here. So if you want to tweak this component style, you can actually have it with the custom class name, as you can see. So you need to pass a class name, and you can actually tweak this style that you specified in this component, so which is really handy. And after that we can actually do the same thing for our paragraph text. Here we can actually pass a class name with the component. We can say the class name will be the hero description. So here in the hero description we can say that margin bottom will be the 1.5 rem, and why the copilot is here, and let's say that max width will be the same, not same, 300 pixel, around that. So now it is, as you can see, that is looking good. And I believe I forgot something here in our paragraph text. Let's go back. I think I should need Okay, so the reason we are having this as you can see that the line height is not correct. We are using RAM, it should be M. So whatever the RAM value means, whatever the font size is, it should be 1.4 times of this font size. So that's why M is a good use here, as you can see. So now the font line height is actually good, so we need to actually change the RAM to M for our line height. So let's go back to our hero section here. So after that, I think it is looking good, that's what we want. So let's actually make it responsive. Right now I think it is not responsive, as you can see that it is not looking good. So here let's actually add the media query. So here let's say that media on the screen and max width 768 pixel. So here what I need to do, first of all, in our hero wrapper we need to change the flex direction. Flex direction should be the column, and no, column reverse. Actually we want our we want the picture in the top, as you can see. After that I also want the 0.5 rem gap, fine. And after that let's say that in our image, hero image, so let's go to our hero image. Let's say that display will be flags, and justify content will be the flex end. And also for the image which will be inside the hero image class, so here the image should be the max width of 400 pixel. So now as you can see that, and also margin top should be auto, fine. So now we are in the mobile device, as you can see that it is looking good. And if I actually go to something like iPhone 12, as you can see that it is looking really nice for our mobile device. And yeah, that's it. So I think that's it. As you can see that if I come here and it is in the large device, let me go to in the responsive. So as you can see that in the mobile device it is looking good, and in tablet also it is looking fine. In the large device it is beautiful, as you can see. So also if I switch my theme, as you can see that the color of our hero title and also other this also this paragraph text is changing based on our theme. So that's it. I think we are done for our hero section. It is looking very nice, and that's it. I will see you in the next section then. So now let's actually create our services section. So if I come here in the end project, as you can see that this will be the services section, as you can see. So let's create this section. So for that, let's actually go to our components folder, and inside that we will create a new folder which will be for our services section, and the name will be the services. So services, something like that. And inside that we will have our file. The name of the file will be the services section.js, and here let's say that RFCE. So now we have our services section, and inside that let's actually have a h1, and here let's say that hello from services. And now we can use it in our landing page. So let's go to our landing page, and here after the hero section, let's say that services section, and we need to import that. And if I come here, I should see the text, as you can see in the bottom. So let's actually have our services section, and in our services section, let's say that first of all we'll have a div, still no emit is not working here, so we need to manually write everything. So let's say that class name will be the container here, and inside that we will have our section title. As you can see that in our end project we have this section title, and if you remember we are actually using the same section title in many places. So let's actually create a component for this section title, and if you remember we have a titles folder. Inside the titles folder, let's create another file with the name of section title.js. So here what I need to do, I need to first of all RFCE to create a functional component, and inside that let's actually create a h3. So here we need to actually pass our children, and let's say that the children will be here. Fine, and also let's add some style here. So let's say that section title styles style.h3. you need to make sure that you are actually having the style for the correct tag. So we are using the style for the h3, so that's why you should use the h3 here. So also let's actually replace this now. So section styles, sorry, section title styles, and here let's say that the font size should be around 4M, and also let's say that font weight should be 800, and let's actually use this in our services section. So let's say that section title, and we need to pass the children here. So let's say that hello for now, and you can see that here is our section title. And also let's say that the color will be the, so will is our context value for that, so theme, and we need to do one more time. And here let's say that if theme equals theme list dot light, we need to return variable dash dash dark blue 2, otherwise we need to return dash dash light blue 1, and I think we need this. So that's it. Now as you can see that it is dark and it is now light blue. Yeah, fine. So after that let's go to our media query, and media on the screen, and max width 768 pixel, and here I will just say that font size will be the 3 rem, and that's it. So now if I go to the small device, it should be, as you can see, that 3 rem. Now if I come here, now it is 4M. So fine, that's it for our section title. So let's come back to our services section. So after the services section, here let's change the title here. Let's say that our section, sorry, our services. And also one thing I think we forgot in our title, section title, one thing is this rest props. Rest of the props will be passed in this h3. So fine, and also let's say that here one more thing we can add in the style is text transform will be the capitalized. So that's important thing that we can add. So that's it, and after that let's go to our next content, which is our items. So we will have 3 items, as you can see that, and for them we can create a separate component. So in our components folder we have services folder, and inside the services folder let's create a new file with the name of service section, or sorry, service item, I mean. So individual service item .js, and here RFCE, not that one. So let's say that in our services item we will have our item. So in the item we will have icon, and also we'll have heading and this description. So let's have those. So we will have the icon, title and the description from our parent. So let's say that icon and title and also description, and we can use it here. So first of all, we will have a div here. We need to have a class name. So the class name will be the service item or icon first of all, and inside that we will actually use the icon, and also we will have a next div where the class name will be the service title, and this is the title, this one, as you can see. So I just can say that title, I mean the title variable that we will have from the prop. So after that, let's go to our description. So this description we can use our paragraph text component. So paragraph and we need to import that here, and inside that we will use the description, and here we will have a class name which will be service underscore description, and that's it. Now we can actually use these classes to have some style here. So let's have some style. So let's say that constant service item styles equals to style dot div, and here we can now replace the div with this service item styles. And here for the style, before we actually apply the style, let's actually call this let's actually use this item in our section component. So here first of all, we will actually have a div to wrap every items, means all items I mean. So here I just can say that class name will be the services items, and between this closing and opening div we will have our all items. So here let's actually have our first service item. So service item, and this is a component which we need to actually import. And here let's say that we will here we need to actually pass our icon. So let's have the icon. So we will have our icon which will be from, let's actually see which one we will use. So this one. So let's say that here the name of the icon, so it is ri image edit line. So this icon is from our why I'm not having this auto import. This icon is from actually our React icon, and this should give some auto import. I'm not getting the auto import, so let's actually import this manually. So import ri image edit line. So we will have them from React icons /ri, and that's it. And after that, let's also say that the title and the description. So title, let's say that professional editing, and also description, let's actually copy this and paste it here, and you will save, and I should see the icon that the heading, I mean title, and also the description. So now we need the style for our item. So let's actually have the style here. So first of all, what I need to do, I need to say that the text alignment of everything will be the left, and also the padding inside that will be the 3 rem. And also one thing we can do, actually we can actually duplicate this item t time 2 more time, and together it will be 3 items, as you can see. So now we have 3 items, and now let's get back to our item style here, and let's say that border radius will be the 12 pixel. And also in our services icon, services dash icon, so this icon will have a font size of 2 rem, and also margin bottom will be the 1 rem, and background color, sorry, not services item, sorry, services icon, it should be service icon, it should be singular. Now as you can see that the margin bottom is working. So background color will be the variable dash medium slat blue. Great. And border radius will be the 50%, I believe, to make it center. Yeah, and I need to change the width of it, so width will be the 40 pixel, and height will be the 40 pixel as well, which means it will be circle. And after that we need to make sure that the display is flex and align item center and justify content center, because the SVG will not have 100% width, it will have only 60% width, and the flex will make it center. But here in our icon the color is actually white, and for that we can use variable white, which will actually do the same thing. And after that let's go to our title. So service title, and here I just can say that the font size will be the 2 rem, and font weight will be the 500, and a line height will be the 1.5 m, and text transform will be the capitalize, and as you can see that it is looking good. And margin bottom will be the 1 rem. Yeah, perfect. And after that let's say that the color of it will be the it will change based on our theme, so we need to do the same old thing here. We will say that if our theme is our theme list dot light, if it is a light theme, the variable that we want to return is dash dark blue 2, and otherwise we will return variable dash light blue 1. And that's it. As you can see that based on our theme, now the background color is, sorry, the color of this is actually fine. Great. One problem is actually here is okay, the background of this header is not working in the dark mode. Let's go to our header to fix that. Let's see, variable dark blue 4, not this one, I believe it is this one. Okay, header. Okay, I see what is the problem. There should be a var. Now it is fixed, as you can see. Okay, little mistake. So now what I can do after this title, we need to actually do a hover effect for the services item. So let's actually do that. So here whenever I will hover, I'll hover the item, background color of that will be the variable dash medium slate blue and medium slate blue one. And if I hover, okay, it is not working. Sorry, not one, it should be medium slate blue only. Now as you can see that it is working. And also I need to change the background color here for the icon and also the color. So for that, let's go to our service icon, and here let's say that the background color will be the variable dash light blue one, and also the color of the SVG will be the variable dash medium slate blue. And now as you can see that the icon is great. And after that, the service title, the service title should be the color of variable dash light blue one. Great. And after that, oh my god, what was that? I just felt an earthquake, and this was a huge earthquake. I mean, it was a 6.2 magnitude earthquake, you can imagine. Thankfully everything is okay. Oh my god. Okay, so let's get back to the code here. So here after that, as you can see that we have our service title, and the color is now light blue one whenever we will hover. So after that, let's also go to our service description, and here in that the color will be variable light blue one. So that's it. After that, let's go to our media query. Right now we do not have the responsiveness for this section. So here first of all, let's say that media only screen, and max is 68 pixel. So here first of all, what I need to do, I need to say that background color. So background color will be the variable dash medium slate blue. And after that, the service icon, the icon should be background color of light blue one and color of medium slate blue. And if I save and if I go to a small device, as you can see that it is here. And also after that, let's go to our title. So service title here. So in the service title, I need to change the background color, sorry, the color of our title, as you can see. So here after the title, let's go to our service description. So service description, and here let's say that color will be the light blue one as well. Now as you can see that the color is light blue one, and it's looking great. And after that, let's go to our title here. Let's say that the font size will be 1.8 rem, and also the margin bottom will be the, let's say that 0.5 rem, not auto, it should be 0.5. So fine, as you can see that now it is looking great. Now I think it is fine. As you can see that we need to actually have some gap here. I will have those gap from our services section, because here we have this div which is actually wrapping the whole all the items. As you can see that we can actually make flex in these services items, and we can apply the gap then between these items. So this will be cool. So let's go to our services section and have the style here. So in our services section, first of all, let's say that constant services section styles. The styles will be the styled.div, and we need to import our styled from a style component. And after that, we can actually replace this div with the services section styles. And now we can apply the styles here. So padding will be the 10 rem in the top and bottom, and 0 for the left and right, and the text alignment will be the center. Now as you can see that the text element is now in the center, and after that let's go to our services title, which is the section title. So here I need to have some margin bottom, so margin bottom will be the 3 rem. So that's it. And okay, we do not have the class here, so class name will be the services title, and that's it. Now I can see the bottom margin. So after that let's go to our services items, which is the wrapper, and here I just can say that display will be flex and just gap will be 2 rem. And as you can see that now display is flex and the gap is 2 rem, but for the mobile device we need to actually change the direction of our flex. So let's go to our media on the screen, and max is 768 pixel, and let's go to our services items, and here we need to just say that flex direction will be the column, as you can see, and after that the max width will be 300 pixel. So as you can see that now it is looking good, and after that we need to make sure that it is in the center, so 0 and auto. That's it. Now you can see that it is looking good, and if I go to large device it should be fine, as you can see, as we expected. As you can see that now we have our services section, which is looking great and it is perfect. So after that let's actually create our about section. So this is the about section we need to create here, so let's actually do it. And for that let's actually create a component. In our components folder, let's get a new file with the name of about section.js, and here we'll have our about section code. So rfce to create a component, and beside this div we will have our id, and the id will be about, and after that the container. So after that let's actually come here, and now let's say that div with a class of about wrapper. Yeah, that's much better. We using image, so about image, and we will have our image here. So what I will do, first of all I need to actually import the image. So import about image from, we need to go to the assets and images and about.png, and that's the image, and now we can actually use it as a source here. So about image, and that's it. And here let's say that artistic, something like that. Now we need to actually add this component in our landing page. So about section, and we need to also import that, as you can see. So after that, as you can see that I can see my about image. Great. And after that, after the image we will have the information, as you can see. So let's actually have this. So after this whole div, let's come here and let's say the div with a class of about info, and inside that we will have a paragraph text. So paragraph, and here I will just say that who are we. I can see the text, and after that let's say that we will have a section title here. So section title, okay, and we need to import that. And here let's say that let me copy the text. Okay, now we have our title. Great. And after that we need also another paragraph text. So paragraph text, and here we already have it, so we need to actually have this text. So copy it and paste it over here. So now we should have everything we need, and I believe I need this button, so let's also get this. So this is our primary button or button, I believe, and we need to import that. And here for the text, let's say that get in touch, and that's it. I can see the button. So now we just need some style here. So let's actually do the style here. So constant, let's say that about styles equals to a style dot div, and we will have the style here. Great, and let's actually replace this div with our about styles. So about styles, yeah, great. Now we can actually write our style inside this div. So here we will have some padding in the top and bottom first of all. So padding 10 rem and 0, and after that our about wrapper. So this wrapper will have a display of flex. So display flags, and also align items will be the center, and also justify content will be the center. So here we need a class. So this one will be the subtitle and title and description. So let's actually give those classes to our backup text first of all. So class name will be the about subtitle, and after that in our section title also let's have a class name of about title, and here for our paragraph text which will be the description, so class name will be the about description. Great, so that's it. And after that let's actually use those classes and have some style. So about title first of all, sorry, about subtitle first of all. So for the subtitle, margin bottom will be the 1 rem. So after that let's say that font weight will be the 600, and text alignment, not text alignment, text transform would be the capitalize, and after that let's say that the color will be the variable dash dash medium slat. Medium slat blue, something like that. Great, as you can see. So after that let's go to our title. So about title, and here I need to say that for the title margin bottom will be the 2 rem. So margin yeah, fine. After that max width will be the 350 pixel. Here this max width will be the 300 pixel actually, and great. So after that what we need to do, I need to actually make it responsive. So whenever I will go to the small device, it should look good. So media only screen, and maxi sensitive pixel, and here I will just say that about wrapper will be the column, sorry, about wrapper flex direction will be the column. Yeah, now as you can see it is looking good. And finally I just need to say that the max width for the image, about image, and max width will be the 400 pixel, and that's it. Everything else means all this I think I need some style for the description as well. So yeah, I think we need the style for the description. So about description will be the margin bottom will be 2 rem, and finally max width will be the 300 pixel. Great, yeah, now it is looking good. And as you can see that everything is fine, and for the dark mode it is also looking good. So this is really awesome. As you can see that we do not need to actually write lots of style, because this is all our custom components which we made before, and we are actually reusing the custom components, and we have the styles actually. If I go to the title, as you can see, so all the styles are already predefined here, so which is really nice. Now we can actually quickly create our styles and components. So fine, and that's it for our about section. After that we will create our themes section. So let's create our teams section. As you can see that here, this one. So let's actually close this all tabs and go to our landing page. So great, and for that let's go to our components folder here and create a new folder with the name of team, and inside that we will have our team section. So team section .js, and here rfce to create our functional component, and inside that let's have a h1 hello team, and let's go to our landing page here and let's actually use our team section, and here let's actually auto import that. I don't know why auto import is not working. Yeah, fine, and now I should see the h1. As you can see, hello team, which means everything is fine. So let's actually work on our team section. So in the team section, what I need to do, I need to first of all create our d with a class of container, and inside that we will have our team wrapper. So d with a class of team wrapper, and inside that we will have our team info. So team underscore info, not ingo. So inside the team info we will have our let's see what we'll have. First of all, we will have the subtitle. So let's actually create our subtitle with our paragraph text. So paragraph text, and here we can auto import that, and let's say that team members, and also here let's say that for our section title, let's say that the best team available, something like that, and let's auto import this. So that's great, and also let's have some class here. So class name will be the, for the subtitle it will be the team underscore subtitle, and for the title it will be class name about title, something like that. So great, and after that we need to create our item, so team item. So as you can see that, so we will have our 3 team members, as you can see. So let's actually create a component which will be our single team member component. So in our team folder, let's get a new file with the name of team member item.js, not like that, js. So here after that, so here inside the component let's actually create our functional component, and after that, so inside the team member item, first of all let's say that let's actually create h1 team member, and let's actually use this in our team section, as you can see. So after our title, means after our this title, let's say that we will have our all the team members. So here first of all we will have a wrapper. So let's say that d with a class of team members, and inside that we will have our single team member. So let's actually import our team member item component and auto import that, and we'll have 3 of them, and if I save I should see 3 text team member, as you can see. So great, and let's actually create our team member item here right now. So first of all here instead of this h1, let's say that we will have a d with a class of team team member image. So this will be the profile image. So let's actually have the image, and for the source we will have the source from the parent component. So let's say that source, or I can say that image, and here we can actually use the image. And for the alternative text we will say that it will be the name. So we will also have the name from the parent component, so name, and as well the title. So we will say that the alternative text for this image will be the name. And after that, after the image, let's go to our paragraph text. And here we will have a class name of team member name, and we will have the name here. and let's actually auto import this paragraph text. And after that we will have another paragraph text which will be the team member subtitle. And here we will have the title. So that's it for our this team member. So let's actually pass those information, means image, name and title. So here right now we are not passing any kind of information, as you can see. So let's actually pass the image, name and the title, as you can see. So for the first one, let's say that here image will be the first of all. Let's actually import all the images. So let's have a comment here. So great. And finally now we can actually use this image here. So for the first one, let's actually say the team image, team member 1, and after that the name, let's say that name will be the Rashu, and after that let's say that what will be the title for our team member. So let's say that photo editor, and that's it. And now we should see our first team member, as you can see. So we need to actually duplicate this, and now we can change the image, and also let's say that the second one will be the something like that, and also here let's say that I will be a photographer, and third one will be the iron, and also he will be photographer. Now I can see all of our team members. Now we can actually have some style in our team member item component. So let's actually create the style here. So let's actually have a constant with the name of team member item styles equals to styled dot div, and now we can actually have the style here. So let's say that team member styles here, and now we can actually write the style. So first of all, team member image. So here in our team member image, first of all I need to say that the margin bottom will be the 2 rem, and also the image will have a border radius of about 18 pixel. Now okay, the image, now as you can see that I can see my border radius, and also after the team, as you can see that there is some space here, which is nice. So after that let's go to our name. So this name, so it will be after the team member image, and let's say that team member name here, and inside that let's say that font weight 500, and also font size of 1.8 rem, and color will be the, so we will have the color based on our context value. So let's actually have the theme first of all. So theme, if our theme is theme list dot light, so if our theme is light, first of all what I will do is I will have the dark blue too, and otherwise we will have the variable dark blue, sorry, we will have the variable which is light blue 1, and this should be inside of our first quote, single quote I mean. So now as you can see that the color is now white, and whenever I'll go to the dark mode, the color is now black or dark white, dark blue I mean. So great. And after that let's go to our media. So let's go to our media. So media only screen and max width 768 pixel, and inside that we will have our team member image. So for the team member image, margin bottom should be 1 rem here. Right now the image will have a max width of 250 pixel, and if I go to the small device I should see the change. Now as you can see that the max width is 250 pixel, which is great. And yeah, that's it. Now after that we need to actually have our grid layout. As you can see this one, so we need to have the grid layout. So let's go to our section, so team section. Now we need to have the style in our team section, which will be the grid layout. So here in our section, let's have the style constant team section styles equals to a style.div, and here we can actually auto import the style. Now we can replace the team section style here with the div, and let's write the style here. So first of all, the padding in the top and bottom 10 rem and 0. Let me actually turn off the copilot. So here let's say that team wrapper. So team wrapper will be something like display flags, and after that let's say that gap will be one rem, and that's it. So if I go to the large device I should see, so team wrapper, let me see if it is working or not. I cannot see any kind of flags working here. So in our section here it is. So yeah, the team flags is fine. So yeah, it is working, but it is not working, I think, because the width of our each element, means these two and the members, is actually huge. So that's why it is staying in the column, as you can see. So what I need to do here, I need to go to our info and we need to give it a max width. So team info, and let's actually give it a max width. So max width will be the 250 pixel. As you can see that now this one is having a max width. And after that let's go to the subtitle, subtitle. So in the subtitle, the margin bottom should be something like 1 rem, and also font weight should be something like 600, and color will be the variable dash dash medium slate blue, great. And here the text transform will be the capitalize, great. So now fine, it is looking good in both themes. So let's go to our member right now. So team member, team members, so this is the wrapper. So in the wrapper I will say that width will be 100%, and display will be grid, and grid template columns, let's say that repeat, we will have a auto fill, and min max, the min max will be the 200 pixel and 1 FR. Okay, I can see that it is not actually having the flags, means the layout, something like that. As you can see that it should stay side by side, means this info and the team members it is not a string side by side. Now it is actually one after another. As you can see that the reason behind that is actually we did a mistake in our HTML layout, as you can see. So in our info, means team info, as you can see that this is a team info div. Here we have these we have our team members, as you can see. So these team members actually should be outside of this team info. So let's cut that. So cut the whole team members, and outside of this team info we need to paste it. So now inside of our team wrapper I have two things. I have this team info and I have this team members. So that was a mistake. So now as you can see that I can see it is already working, and as you can see that it is fine here. And also I need to give some gap here. So gap 1 rem, for some reason the gap is not working. So let's see why it is not working, the gap. Okay, the gap should be here, not 1 rem or 5 rem, I believe. Yeah, 5 rem. Now as you can see that we are having our layout back. So great, as you can see that 5 rem gap between them. So also the text, means the info, in the left side and the members are in the right side because of our flexbox. So great, now we have our layout, and after that let's go to our media query and make it responsive. Right now it is not responsive, as you can see that we need to make it responsive in our media query. So media only screen and max width 768 pixel. And here what I need to do is I need to go to the team wrapper, team wrapper. So inside the team wrapper the flex direction will be the column, so which means the text will be in the top and the members will be in the bottom, and text alignment will be the center. As you can see that almost everything is center. And after that the gap will be the 3 rem between this info and the members. And after that let's go to our team info. And let's say that margin will be the 0 auto, which means this team info will be in the center, as you can see as well. So after that in our mobile device let's actually decrease the gap. Right now it is 5 rem, which is huge for our mobile device. So team members, let's say that gap will be around 2 rem, and that's it. So member, something like that. Yeah, now as you can see that now we have 2 rem gap instead of 5 rem, and if I go to the large device it is good. So yeah, we are done for this section. In the large device it is looking fine, in the small device it is also looking good. Great, now we are done with this section. So that's it. Now we are done with our team section. After that let's create the newsletter. So now after our team section let's create our newsletter here. So for that let's go to our components folder and create a new file with the name of newsletter section. And now we can create the component. So here okay, I can see a mistake. This should be newsletter, and also I need to change the name as well. So it should be newsletter section.js, something like that. So now here what I can do, I can create our newsletter. So first of all let's actually have a div here, and inside the div we will have our container. So let's have it. So div with a class of container, and here let's say that we'll have a wrapper here, div with a class of newsletter wrapper, and inside that we will have our title. So we can use section title here, and let's actually auto import that. and let's say that join newsletter. So I think I need to auto import it, something like that. So you need to import section title from, we need to go to our titles and section title. Great. And here I cannot see it because we need to use it in our landing page. So landing page, and use our newsletter here, newsletter section, and auto import that. Now I can see the title here. Great. So in our newsletter, first of all, we have the title, and after that we will have our paragraph text. So paragraph text, and here what we'll have is, first of all, let's say to import this, and inside that let's say that a get and that's it. And also in our title, let's also have a class name with the newsletter title. And for our paragraph text also, let's have a class name. So newsletter, this will be the subtitle. So great. After the newsletter subtitle, we will have the form, this form, as you can see that, where we'll have a field and a button. So let's create it. So let's actually create a form here where we will not have any kind of action for it. So inside that, let's actually have an input button, and let's say that the type will be email, and let's here have a placeholder which will be, let's say that enter your email, something like that. I can see the placeholder, and after that let's have a button inside of our form. So button, and here let's say that submit or join, and this button type will be submit. So submit, that's it. So now we have our form, and let's actually give a class in our form. The class will be newsletter form. That's it, as you can see. So now after that we can actually start our style for this newsletter section. So here first of all, let's actually create our constant newsletter styles equals to styled.div. Let's actually auto import this, and so now let's actually replace this div with a newsletter styles. Now we can actually write our style inside this backticks. So now here let's say that in our section we'll have a padding of 10 rem and 0 for the top and 0 for the left and right, 10 rem in the top and bottom, 0 for the left and right. So newsletter wrapper, so here let's say that the padding will be 5 rem and 3 rem, and also the background color will be here, let's say that variable -- medium set blue, and if I save, I should see the wrapper here. And also the max width for this wrapper will be the 500 pixel, and also let's say that the margin will be the 0 and auto to make it center. And after that, let's also have a border radius here. So border radius will be 12 pixel, and finally text alignment will be the center. Great, as you can see. So after that, let's go to our title. So newsletter title, newsletter title. Okay, so here in the title, let's say that the margin bottom will be 0.2 rem, color will be, let's say that variable dash dash light blue 1. Great. So that's it for our title. So let's go to our subtitle. So newsletter subtitle. Here in the subtitle, let's say that the color will be the variable light blue 1. This one will be underscore. Great. And after that, we also need some margin bottom here. So 0.2 rem, fine. So not 0.2 rem, sorry, 2 rem directly. Yeah, fine. So it is looking good, as you can see that the margin bottom. So after that, what I need is we need the style for our input. So let's go to our form. So newsletter form. So newsletter form. So here what you need to do, I need to say that display will be flags and align items will be the center, and justify content will be the center as well. And after that, we need to have a gap between the input and the button, which will be 1 rem. And after that, let's say that the input that we'll have here will have a width of 100% and also max width of 300 pixel, and height will be around 40 pixel, and background color. So background color will be variable dash dash light blue 1. And yeah, that's it. Border will be none, and border radius will be the around 4 pixel. Great. And finally, font size should be 1.6 rem, and also in the left side we need some padding. So padding left will be 1 rem. Fine, as you can see that it is looking very nice. And after that, let's go to our button. So we just can say that the only button inside the form, this one will have a height of 40 pixel, and also we just can say font size will be 1.6 rem, and cursor will be the pointer. So now cursor is pointer, as you can see. And after that, let's say that padding will be the 0 and 1.5 rem. Fine. And text transform will be the capitalize, and color will be variable dash dash light blue 1. So this one will be the background light blue 1. The color will be dark. So color, let's say that the color will be variable dash dash dark blue 1. So dark blue 1, as you can see that. Fine. And after that, let's say that the border will be none, and border radius will be 4 pixel. So that's it. As you can see that it is looking quite similar here. So after that, we need to make it responsive. So let's actually do some media query here. So media, so media on the screen, max width of 768 pixel, and here inside that we can say that newsletter will be the newsletter wrapper will be the padding of 3 RAM and 2 RAM, and that's it. After that, in our form, so let's go to the form here, dot news, newsletter form. We need to make sure that the flex direction is actually column, as you can see that. After that, the input will have a font size of 1.4 RAM. Great. And finally the button will have a font size of 1.4 RAM, and that's it. Now it is looking good, as you can see. Awesome. So now let's create our contact section. As you can see that this one, so let's create it. So here after our so let's open our components. So inside the components folder, let's create another folder with the name of contact section. So contact section. So inside that we will have our components for this section. The first section will be the contact section as well. So this will be a file actually. Let me delete this one. So inside this contact section folder, we'll have our file with the name of contact section. So RFCE to create a functional component, and let's actually have h1. This is contact. And after that we can actually go to our landing page and use this contact section after the newsletter. So contact section, after the newsletter we can import it. So I should see the text, as you can see here. So fine, so let's actually create the contact section here. So first of all, let's create let's delete this h1, and beside this div let's have an id of contact. Okay, and after that we'll have a div with the class of container, and inside this we'll have a div with the class of contact wrapper, and inside this we'll have our info. So div with the class of contact info, and inside that we will have our section title. So section title, and let's import that, and here let's say that get in touch, something like that. And also we'll have a paragraph text. So paragraph text, need to import that, and here let's say that we would love to hear from you, and that's it. And after that let's go to our form. So we'll have the form here. Right now we will not have any kind of action. Let's actually have a class name where we'll say that contact form. So that's it, we have our contact form, and inside this contact form we will have our field. So this field, as you can see that we will have the field. So for each of our field, as you can see that the style and everything is same. We will have the label and we will have the input. So let's actually create a component for each of our field. So inside of our contact section, let's create the component. The name of the component will be the form field.js. So here RFCE to create this functional component. So this one will be a little bit complex component. So here inside the div we will have a label first of all, and inside the label we will have our input. Okay, so for this HTML4 we will actually have the props here. So let's actually get the label first of all. We will also have the ID and rows. So the number of rows, so these three, as you can see that is having a one row input, and but this one is having multiple rows, as you can see that. So that's why we need to specify the rows here, and the default row number will be the 1, and also we will have a class name and rest. Okay, so that's it, as you can see that. So now what I need to do, I need to say that this HTML4 will be the ID, and in our input we will have a ID which will be our ID as well. So after that we need to use our label. So for the label we will say that this one will be the label here, and after that we need to specify something. We need to say that if our row is 1, means if the rows number is 1, we will have an input, otherwise we will have a text area. So let's actually do that. So let's say that if our rows is bigger or equal to 1, sorry, if our rows is less than or equal to 1, we will actually return an input, which is this one. Otherwise, if it is bigger than 1, what we will return? We will return a text area. So text area, this one. So here inside the text area we need to have our name and stuff like that. So for the name, and let's actually remove the name. For the ID, we will have the ID here, and for the column we do not need any kind of column because we will use width for that. For the rows we will use the rows, as you can see, and also the rest of the props, whatever I will pass, the rest of the props will be passed here as well. So after that, if I pass any kind of name, also it will be added here. And also we will do the same thing for our input. Let's say that here the rest of the props. So that's it, as you can see that now we have our input and text area, which is fine. So let's actually use this in our contact form. So inside the form, let's actually call this. So let's say that form field, and let's import that. I think I need to do it manually. So let's say that import form field from, we need to go to the form field.js, or we don't need that. For some reason it is not working, and so I can see the problem. As you can see that this is actually, this should be form, not from. So form field, that's why the auto import is not working. And also we need to change the name from here. So form field, yeah, now it is fine. Now we should have our auto import, yeah, fine. As you can see that now I should see input. As you can see that now if I pass a level here, let's say that the label will be the name. As you can see that I can see the label as well here. So fine. And after that, if I pass any of the specified props here, let's actually pass those. So let's say that the ID will be the name as well, and the rows, we do not need to pass the rows for the input because by default the rows is 1, as you can see that, which is fine. And yeah, that's it. We can actually have the style for this field first of all. So let's actually style this field. So in our form field, let's get a constant field styles. So field styles will be the styled.div, and we need to import our style here. And here we can now replace our div with this variable. So field styles. Now here we can specify the style that we need for this field. So first of all, what we need is, we need to say that the label will have a display of flex, and the flex direction will be the column. So now if I do that, now as you can see that let's also have some space in the top and bottom in our section, contact section. So for that, let's say that constant contact section style, something like that, equals to a style.div, and here let's actually import this and have some padding in the top and bottom, 10 rem and 0 for the left and right. And let's say that contact section styles. Now as you can see that we have the space. Now we can actually see the form well, as you can see. So now as you can see that we are having the name in the top, and after that we have our field here. Let me actually zoom it, the name in the top, and after that we have the field, because now we are saying that flex section will be the column instead of row. So here what I need to do after that, I need to say that align items will be the flex start, means it will be in the left aligned. So justify content, we can make it center, and after that font size will be the 1.6 rem, and this should be size. Also text transform will be the capitalize, and finally the color will be, let's actually go to our props, and inside the props we have the theme, and let's have the structure here. So if our theme is theme list dot light, if our theme is light, I need to say that the variable will be dash dash dark blue 2. So otherwise we will have a variable with the name of dash dash light blue 2. So this will be the variable if our theme is dark. So okay, this single quotation should be here. So now as you can see that we have our name, and if I go to the dark mode, as you can see that the color is changing based on our theme. So fine, after that let's go to our input. So individual input, or the text area. So the text area and input will have the same style. So let's say that margin top will be the 1 rem, and width will be 100%, and after that let's say that the height will be 40 pixel, and padding will be 1 rem, and border will be none. Finally border radius will be 4 pixel, and font size will be 1.6 rem. And if I save, I should see there is no border, that's why I cannot see it. Let's have a background color for that. So background color will be variable dash dash light blue 2. So now you can see that the background is now light blue 2, and all the other style we can see here. Fine, and after that let's say that for our media query, so media only screen and max width 768 pixel. So here in our media query, the input will have a font size of 1.4 m. So now it should be a little bit smaller in our media query, as you can see that the font size is. And after that, if I go to the large device, now it is bigger. So now basically the font size in the smaller device will be the 1.4 m, and in the large device it will be 1.6 m. So fine, after that let's actually go to our section and have some more fields. So here beside the ID, let's also say that type will be, we can specify the type will be text, and also let's say that name will be the name as well here, and it will be required. And that's it for our first field. And if I duplicate this, the second one, for the label, it will be email, and the ID will be email, and type will be email as well, and name will be email as well, and it will be also required. And the last one will be the subject. So subject, and the name, the ID will be the subject, and the type will be the text, and the name will be the as well subject, and it will be also required, as you can see. Great. So after that we will have our text area. So for the text area we can actually duplicate this, and here we need to do, let's say that for the label it will be messages, and messages, not messages, it will be message. And here we need to say one more thing, the rows will be, so let's say that we will have 6 rows. So if I save, actually as you can see that we have our text area, which is great, but the row is not what we expected. So rows will be the rows. Okay, I can see the problem. The reason we do not have our 6 rows here. In our input and text area we specified the height, as you can see. So we need to say that for our text area, so text area, the height is auto, and also beside that let's say that the resize will be only for vertical. Now we have our 6 rows here back. Great. So if I have more, it will also have the more, and if I actually pass it as a number, I think it should also work. Yeah, fine. So it is also working here. So I think we should give it a number value, because here we are checking the number, as you can see. Yeah. So after that, let's actually have our primary button here. So after the form, after the last form field here, let's actually have our primary button. So primary button, and here I can actually pass type will be the submit, and let's say that submit here, and also to import this we have our button. So great. And also have a class name here. So let's say that class name will be the contact submit. So now we have our button, and finally we just need some styles. So that's it. So let's do it. So here we already have the 10 rem padding in the top and bottom. So after that, contact wrapper. So the contact wrapper will be the max width of 800 pixel, and also margin will be the 0 and auto, and also text align will be the center. Now as you can see that it is looking very nice, and the max width is 800 pixel. Fine. And contact info. So for the contact info, margin bottom will be the 4 rem. I can see the margin bottom here. And after that, let's go to our contact form. So here let's say that it will be a display grid. After that, here let's say that the grid template columns. So grid template columns will be 1FR and 1FR, and after that the column gap, so the column gap will be 1.5 rem, and row gap will be the 3 rem. And for some reason I cannot see any changes, so let's actually have the inspect. I think I do not have. Okay, I can see at the mistake, the same mistake I'm doing again and again. It should be form, not from. So now I should see, as you can see that every field is actually divided into 2 columns, as you can see, because we have these two columns, so that's why it is divided into two columns, as you can see. So what I need to do is I need to say that some of them will have full width, something like this name and this message, and after that all the items will have the 50% width as we have here. So which one will have the full width? So we need to specify that, and for that I need to say that I will have a class for that in our this form field. So let's actually have a class name. So let's say that we will have the class name of contact form, not from, form full width. So this will be modifier, so full width, and we can actually copy this line, and also here in our message we can actually say that we want the full width also here. So now I can say whoever will have this contact form full width class will actually have the column span. So grid column, let's go to grid column and span these two columns. So if I save, so you can see that it is not working here. Let's see if our field is having the class first of all. So I can see that the input is not having the correct class. So let's actually go to our form field. So here the problem is, as you can see that I'm having the class name here, but we are not using our class name, so we need to use it. So we will use it in our this div. So I just can say that class name will be the class name. So now it should work. As you can see that now if I come here, I can see the class name contact form full width, and whoever have this class will have the grid column span 2, which means it will have the full width, as you can see that. So it is fine, as you can see that looking good, but the problem is with this submit button. So we need to make sure that the submit button looks good. Right now it is not looking good. So for that, let's actually grab our contact submit, submit. Here I just can say that the width will be max content. Now it is looking good, and cursor will be the pointer. Fine. So that's it. And here if I go to the, so here you can see that if I go to the inspect, this one means the button is actually a anchor tag, but we want a button instead of an anchor tag. So let's actually fix this problem, because right now we are actually using our anchor tag for every kind of button. So if I go to our primary button, here you can see that we are using anchor tag for every kind of button, but we want to change that. So we want to have our button based on our condition. So let's say that if we pass a button type from our parent component, so now what we can do here, we can say that whatever our button type will be, based on this we will actually change our tag. So right now we are using anchor tag, but we will say that we will render it as a button type. So we will specify our button type in this prop. So let's actually try it. So if I come here and specify our button type in our primary button, so come here and let's say that button type will be the button, and if I save, I can see that it is a button right now. If you can see here, it's a button. Great. So now whatever the button type will be, we will have the exact same tag. So after that, it is almost finished. As you can see that we just need a couple of styles for our media query. So let's actually do it very fast. So media on the screen, and max width will be the 768 pixel, and here let's say that the contact form, not from, I'm doing the mistake. So grid template columns will be the 1FR. So we'll have now 1FR column here, as you can see that, and also we will say that the row gap to rem, we do not need to change our column gap because we'll have only one column. So here let's say that the contact field full width will have a grid column, grid template columns. So previously what we have here is span 2. Instead of span 2, we'll say that span 1. This should be the contact form actually, and these will be dash dash, not underscore underscore. Sorry, grid template columns, it should be only grid columns. Okay, so make sure about that. So grid column only. So now as you can see that now we are actually having this grid column span 1. Previously we had grid column span 2. So now we are having a single column, as you can see. So that's it. That's what we will have for our small device, and this will be for our large device, which means it is fully responsive and it should look good in both theme, as you can see. Fine. So now we are done with our contact section. I'll see you in the next section. Alright, then after our contact section, let's actually create our footer section here. So let's actually create our footer section. So for that, in our components folder, let's create a new file with the name of footer.js. So here we will have our component. So inside the footer, let's actually say that for now, let's have h1 hello, and let's go to our landing page. So landing page, and here we can actually import our footer. So let's actually use it here. So this is a component and we need to import our component here. So now I should see the hello. As you can see that this is the hello text from our footer. So here let's actually create the footer. So first of all, let's actually create a footer tag. So footer, not that one. So footer, this is a HTML tag, and here inside that we will have our div with the class of container. So div with the class name of container, and inside our div we will have our footer wrapper. So let's actually create another div. So div the class name of footer wrapper, and here after that we will have our first of all, let's see what we will have. We will have our logo. So let's actually have the logo. So let's actually call our logo component that we already have. So logo, so this is a component, and let's actually import that. Now as you can see that I can see my logo. So after that we will have some paragraph text. So let's actually create our paragraph text. So paragraph text, and inside the paragraph text we will have this nice text, as you can see. So copy this and paste it inside the paragraph text. So now I should see the text, as you can see. So after that let's actually have some nav footer links. So after the paragraph text, let's get another div. So div, and inside that we will have a class name. So the class name will be footer links, and after that we'll have the UL. So let's actually have the UL, and inside that we will have the li, and inside that we will have our link. So for the link we will use the link component from our React scroll. So we need to import that link from React scroll, and after that we will say that we will go to the direction will be the home, and here the text will be, let's say, that home, and also the transition between that we will actually have the smooth transition. So if I save that, I should see the home, and if I click that, nothing is happening right now. Maybe we do not have the home ID. I will check it later, but after that let's actually duplicate this li few more times. So the second one, this one will have the services, and let's say that services as a text here, and after that we'll have the about. So about, and the text will be about as well, and that's it. Great. And finally we need one more, so duplicate the last one, and let's say that this one will have a contact, and here let's say that contact as well. Okay, so fine, we have all the links, and after that we just need our copyright text, this one. So let's actually have the copyright text. So it will be outside of our these wrapper. So after this wrapper, so this is the ending, and after this wrapper we will have our paragraph text, and this is a component, and between this we will have our text. So also let's actually have a class name for that. So class name will be the footer dot copyright. Yeah, that's it. So now we have the copyright text. So finally we just need the styling for these. So let's actually have the styles. So here first of all let's say that constant footer styles is equals to style. We need to import the style, and we will actually style it footer. So now we can actually replace the footer tag here with the footer styles, and after that let's actually use our style here. So first of all, background color we need to change it. So background color will be variable dash dark blue 4, and I can see the dark blue. So also we'll have some padding here, 10 rem and 0. Great. And after that we'll have our footer wrapper. So footer wrapper will have a text alignment of center, and that's it for the footer wrapper. And after that let's go to our footer logo. So footer logo will have a max width of 120 pixel, and after that we need to make it center. So max width, and this should be margin, and margin will be 0 and auto, and margin bottom will be around 1 rem, and if we save, okay, it is not working for some reason. So let's actually check it out. Okay, now we can see that we made a mistake here. So this is the footer wrapper opening div, and this is the closing div. So this should actually wrap all things, not only the logo, it should wrap the whole footer. So let's actually cut it, cut from here, and it should wrap the whole stuff. So after the copyright text, let's actually paste the closing body tag here. So it will now wrap all the stuff inside the footer wrapper. Now as you can see that the alignment is now in center, as you can see. So great. And after that I can see that footer logo, and I do not have the class yet. So let's actually have the footer logo class in our logo. So let's say that class name will be the footer logo, and that's it. Now we should have it. And also what I want to do, whenever I will click this logo, I should go to the top. So for that we need to make it a link. So this is the same link from the React scroll, and we need to, so we will have this here. We need to close our link. So now as you can see that we are actually wrapping our logo by this link. Now it should be a clickable, and here inside the link we just can say that to means the destination will be the home, and it should be a smooth transition. That's it. Now it is a clickable, and let's see if we have the footer. So now as you can see that here we do not have the footer logo class. So for that I need to go to our logo component. As you can see that here in the logo component you do not receiving any kind of props. So we need to fix that. We need to receive our prop here. So here we just can say that whatever props will be here, so dot rest, and we will be we'll pass all the props here in our logo as logo div. So as you can see that, so if I pass any kind of class name, it will be also available in this logo styles mean in this div, as you can see. So now I should see my logo in the center, because as you can see that here we have the footer logo class available. So great. So now we need some more style here. I need to style my description, means footer description. So footer description. So in the footer description, the color should be white. So variable dash dash white, and that's it. So now the color of this footer description should be white. So actually we do not have the footer description class yet, so let's actually have the class name of footer description. So now as you can see that the class name is here and the style is also here. So after that, max width of this will be the 350 pixel, and also margin will be 0 and auto. Great. And after that, margin bottom will be 2 rem. Great. So now we need to actually style our links here. So right now we are having some links, so footer links, and here let's say that margin bottom will be the 2 rem, and also li, all the li will have a display inline block. So if I have that, as you can see that right now they are actually staying side by side. And after that, the anchor tag will have a font size of 1.6 rem, and let's actually make a color so that we can see. Right now it is black, so we need to make it light blue. Now as you can see that it is visible, and we need some line height as well. So line height will be 1.5 m. Great. And finally we need actually some space here. So in our li, let's say that margin will be 0 and 1 rem in the left and right. Great. Now we have it. So after that, we can actually have some list hover effect. So the anchor tag will have a text decoration. So text decoration will be the underline. So whenever I'll hover, the text decoration is underlined. And also let's actually change the color here. So let's say that color will be variable dash dash medium slat blue, and if I save that, the color is changing. So fine. And after that, finally the footer copyright text. So this is here after all the footer links style, footer copyright. So copyright, and here I can actually have let's say that the font size will be 1.2 rem, so this will be super small, as you can see. And also the color will be the variable dash dash light blue 1. Awesome. So now we have our footer copyright. And finally, just let's see, do we need any kind of, so it seems okay, as you can see that in the mobile device. But what we can do, actually we can reduce size of these anchor tags here. So let's go to our media on the screen, and max width of 768 pixel. And here I need to actually say that the footer links and anchor tag will have a font size of 1.4 rem. And if I save, now as you can see that it is a little bit smaller, and good. Fine. Now we are done with our footer. It is looking good in the small device, and in the large device it is also looking good. So that's it for our footer. So we are almost done here. So let's actually functionalize this all links here. Right now I think it is not working, as you can see that. So in the nav menu we have some links, and also in the footer section we have all the links. So let's actually go to our nav menu. So this is the header, I believe. Yeah, inside the header we have it. We have all these things. So also here, as you can see that in our nav menu we have this link home for the home. services, and this should be a small letter about, and also this should be a small letter contact. And also beside that, we want that the smooth transition whenever we will actually go to the specific section. And here also let's say that smooth, and here as well. Smooth. So fine. Now to actually work with the React scroll, we need to make sure that this is actually available. So in our the home section will be the hero section. So let's go to our hero section. So in the hero section, we should have an ID of hero. So this is we have. So in our hero section, as you can see that the ID is hero, but it should be home. So let's actually okay, we can actually keep it hero because the section is hero section. So here we can actually change that. In our link, instead of home, we will say that we will go to the hero section. So now it should work. So if I click home, as you can see that we are going to the home section. Sorry, you are going to the hero section, and the transition is smooth. So also for the services, let's go to our services section. So services section actually. So here we should have a ID. So ID of services, and now this should work. Services, as you can see that it is working. And finally we have about, I think, which is already working because we already have the about ID in the about section. And finally the contact, it is also working. So let's also come here in our footer, and let's see. So in the footer we also have some links here, as you can see that. So this should be hero, as we said. So hero. So whenever I go to, I will actually click the home, it will go to the hero section. Services, about and contact all looks fine. And if I check working, okay, everything is working. So fine. So let's actually work with this. So right now we have this get in touch button in our hero section. Right now it is not doing anything. So let's go to our hero section, not hero title, hero section. So in our hero section we have this button in the primary button. Okay, so here we need to actually pass something. So first of all, we need to actually let's actually open our primary button. So primary button, this is our primary button. As you can see that here we have type. So this should be a link from React scroll. So we need to actually make sure that we are actually passing the type, button type, as a link. So let's actually do that. So here beside our primary button, let's actually say that link, sorry, button type will be the link. So this should be our link from the React scroll. So we need to import that link and we need to pass it as our button type. And whenever I will pass it, it will actually come here, button type, and it will say our STL component to render this button as a link from React scroll. So that's how it will work. So now, so when we are actually rendering it as a link from React scroll, it will also expect to have the to, means the destination. So let's actually pass the destination. So the destination will be the contact, and also beside that the smooth will be the transition. So if I actually click now, as you can see that it is working. Great. So we need to do the same thing for our this get in touch. This is second button in our about section. So let's go to our about. So let's go to our about section. So about section, here we can see our primary button, and beside that let's actually pass the type. So button type will be the link. So we need to import the link here, and also beside that destination will be the contact, and finally it should be a smooth transition. And if I click now, as you can see that it is working. Great. This one is not working. So in our footer, this link, okay, this should be hero. And if I click now, as you can see that it is actually working. And let's also make it a link, this one. So let's go to our header, and here, so header section, here we have our logo and we need to make it a link. So let's actually call link from our, so we need to wrap the logo with this link, opening tag and closing tag, and it should work. So also beside that we need to pass the 2, and 2 will be hero and also the smooth transition. So let's check. So if I click, as you can see that it is working. So as you can see that all the buttons are working fine, and that's it. We'll see you in the next section. So we are almost done. Right now we need to actually deploy our project. So we have our project almost done. So let's actually deploy it with our Netlify. So for that, first of all, we need to actually push our code in the GitHub. So for that, let's go to our GitHub repository. We need to actually create a new repository. So let's actually create a new repository. And here, let's say that the name of our repository. So let's say that artistic recording, something like that, and it will be public, and that's it. So let's actually create it. So once we are done creating our repository here, as you can see, so we need to actually link it, means our we need to actually push our code in this repository. So for that, let's open our terminal. So in your terminal, first of all, what you need to do, you need to actually initialize your git. So git init. So first of all, git init to initialize your git in the folder. So once you are done, I will not run it because I already initialized the folder using git. So after that, you need to actually do the git add all. You need to add all the things, and git init, sorry, git commit -m. So let's say that initial commit, and so after that we need to actually add our this local git repository with our GitHub remote repository. So for that, you need to actually run this command. So as you can see that, copy this command, the second last one, and paste it here, and after that your local code will be actually local git repository will be connected with your remote GitHub repository. So finally we need to actually push our code. So for that, you can actually use this git push origin master. So this command, git push upstream origin master, and it will here we need to actually do one more thing. We need to actually change our name of our this branch. As you can see that the branch name was master, but we need to actually make it main. As you can see, let's actually try again, and after that it should work. Yeah, as you can see that right now it is working. So as you can see that my branch name was master, so this is the git default branch name your. So you need to actually change your this master branch name to main by this command, as you can see that, and after that you can push your code to directly GitHub repository. So once you have your code in your GitHub repository, you can actually refresh your repository and you should see all the codes here. So fine, and let's actually deploy our project from this repository. So for that we will use Netlify. So let's go to netlify.com. So in netlify.com, let's actually log in. So after that, you can actually add your new site from this button, new site from Git. So click that. Here you will find all the Git provider. So we will use GitHub. So we need to actually authorize with GitHub, and after that you will see all the available repository here. So as you can see that I can see my artistic recording repository. So we can actually select this one. So here in the repository we can actually leave all the setting as default. We need to we do not need to change anything here. So deploy the site and it will work fine. So let's actually see the deployment here. So this is the building process and the log, as you can see. So as you can see that it is done here, the deployment done. So you can actually directly have a preview from this button. So yeah, as you can see that our site is great, working fine. So let's actually change the name. Right now this is a random kind of URL that we have, so we can change that. So inside the site, as you can see that you have site settings. You can go to the site name, change the site name, and you can provide your site name. So let's say that artistic recording, and if I save that, it should have something like artistic recording.netlify.app. So if I open my app, So now as you can see that the URL is artisticrecording.netlify.app. if you want, you can actually add your custom domain here. So for that you need to go to domain here, domain management, and you need to add your custom domain here. So we have our default subdomain from Netlify, that's fine. So as you can see that we are done with our project. We deploy it successfully with Netlify. Alright guys, we are done with the project. As you can see that we started from the zero and we made the whole website and posted into the GitHub and deploy it with the Netlify. So yeah, we did the whole process, and if you're following me from the beginning and you completed this far, so congratulations to you for finishing this whole project with me. So that's it. I think that's our final goodbye. I will see you in the next project maybe. And also before I go, if you like my content and if you want to get more content like this one, please subscribe the channel and also share this video with your friends and family and give it a like also. Yeah, that's it. I will see you in the next video or the next project. Till then, bye bye, Khuda Hafiz.